Welcome to session 31. So previously, you returned to Sapazus to find another strange situation. It appears that the plan against the Praxis family was foiled, but the Punk Pantheon made contact. You spent time at the inn drinking and eating. You talked to the Praxis family. You visited the Halicus of Athena to receive payment. Cyclonin became impatient and left in the afternoon to start traveling to the Oracle. On the way, he talked to a family at the bridge, stayed at the watchtower, and then continued on. Meanwhile, the rest of the group stayed in Sapazus and left the next morning. At the Oracle, Cyclonin received a prophecy from the Oracle, and the others talked to Sebastian about how he learned about the nymphs and the White Rock Springs. Eventually, everyone met up to visit the Oracle. You spent 3 days at the Oracle of Keranos in order to learn new spells and research. Conglomerate and Cyclonin were able to hunt for game during that time, reducing the cost of meals. As we begin, it is Monday, Farika 11th, and you have just set out on your journey. Go ahead and take you to the map. Theoretically. Oh, goody. I was going to take you to the map, but there seems to be some sort of issue. Yay.
What issue is that? The map is showing.
It's for the observer. It's having trouble rendering it. For some reason. Let me go ahead and try full to scene. Let me try fixing the observer real quick, and then we can get going. Oh, can't read anything there either.
But who observes the observer?
You.
That is really odd. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and
That was technically accurate.
have the observer exit and rejoin. Oh, so it decided to log out the observer for some reason, and then but was acting like it was logged in, and it just lost all its permissions. Alright, I should be back on in a moment. Okay, now it's working. So basically the observer got logged out, but was still in the game. So it couldn't see anything. Alright, so it's 8 o'clock in the morning. It is a partially cloudy day, somewhat humid. You've just left the Oracle. So the question I have, actually, before you leave, is are you going with the, it's actually in the morning. So are you going to go on foot on your own, or are you going to wait until later on in the day when the main group leaves? I think you guys decided to leave on foot, but I just want to make sure.
I think we can go on our own. We should be able to get back to the watchtower with no problem.
When does the main convoy leave?
It would be in the evening.
Oh, yeah, definitely not waiting for that then.
Yeah.
All right, then. So you can go ahead and move. You can move. So basically, if you move all 12, you'll wind up at the watchtower. So as you travel, you start traveling down the mountain. The path kind of it's a switchback, so you want it's kind of a hard journey, but you've done it before. And as you travel, you notice that you don't see any bandits or any signs of anything like that. You do come across a patrol on your way there, but as they walk by, they kind of wave. Um, do you do anything to greet them, or how do you respond?
Just wave back.
All right, so they pass you by, and it takes a good 4 hours, but you do eventually arrive at the watchtower. So as you arrive, Sebastian is kind of shaking his feet and says, "Can we stop and take a break and eat lunch?"
Of course.
All right.
It's something to eat myself.
So he kind of walks off toward the end then. What are you guys gonna do?
As we were coming from the Oracle, I seem to remember we heard something about the waterfall that wasn't too terribly far off. Is this something we want to explore?
I would rather postpone that until after we have completed our current mission.
Ah, of course. I only thought about it since we were so close.
It brings back too many memories of the Nymph Cave.
Yes, I suppose that is something we definitely want to avoid until we are fully ready.
So while lunch is happening, I want to go up to Sebastian and ask him a question.
All right. So he's eating his meal, and he notices you coming up. What? Yes.
Sebastian, I was wondering, what gods is it that you and your family worship, if any?
Oh, like many people, we worship several of the gods. Most of the pantheon of light, I would say.
And what were they like?
The gods?
The pantheon of light in particular, although in general in terms of the gods, how active were they in the affairs of mortals?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, really, because the priests say that everything you do matters, and they intervene and everything. But I can't say I've seen them intervene myself. Although I have heard rumors that the gods have become less active lately. Although I think that's a more recent thing. I don't know how true it is, though.
I am certain there is plenty of truth to that, but also I think it is going to be the case that the gods will soon become more active.
Do you know? The god? Who the gods are of the pantheon of light? Well, I'm sure you do, right? It's just the way you ask about him. He scratches his head. It's a little strange.
Well, the reason I ask is, regarding your question, the world is a much larger place than you might be familiar with, and there are plenty of gods you have probably never heard of. In fact, the ones that have been rampaging, these champions that have been rampaging around recently, would you expect them to serve the Pantheon of Light?
No, probably not. Although they might serve the Pantheon of the Dark, however. Probably not Aethros, but perhaps Queen X or Farika. Maybe Morgus if the purpose is to stir up war.
Well, I believe you will soon find out that there are many more pantheons and gods that have been previously known to exist.
Okay, well, I'll take your word for it. I've always been taught that, it's the 12 gods.
And certainly there is great wisdom in worshipping the ones that watch after you, look over the flock. Unfortunately, not all of the gods are as equally committed to caring for the people and their care.
Well, think I'm starting to see that, given everything that's going on. But the gods have always been capricious and oftentimes have their own agendas um, against other gods, right? And using people in the process. But they're not all like that.
That is all too true. It is as if many of them forget that people are not pets. Perhaps even worse than that. I swear there are some that you would think aren't even aware that the people are down here at all.
Yeah. So as you have your meal, it costs you a small mitna, and it comes with some basic bread, cheese, olives. Um, this time it seems to be some sort of orange is the fruit, as well as some light greens. So an hour passes as you eat. Are you going to do anything in the during the meal, or are you going to continue on?
I guess while we're eating, we're going to listen around, just see if I hear any rumors about anything.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Do you want all of us to do that, or just
Whoever is listening for rumors can make a check. All right, Cyclonin. So yeah, you are listening around, and as Judge can definitely attest, there doesn't appear to be a lot of people here today, so not a lot of conversations. You do hear something about strange humanoids being spotted to the east, near the shore. But otherwise, don't really hear anything else in town. You don't really hear a lot of details, although if you wanted to follow up with the people talking, obviously you can.
Maybe I will try and approach one of the groups that talked about it, whichever one might have spoken about it with the most detail or longest amount of time.
Okay, yeah, it would have been at a table that's somewhat near your table. Like I said, there isn't a lot of people, and the people further away you really wouldn't have heard anyway. So yeah, you approach and you see several travelers. Some of them wearing hardened leather armor. One of them wearing nice clothes, perhaps a merchant of some sort. And as you approach, the merchant kind of looks up, and you notice that one of the people in leather armor kind of lowers his hand to his side weapon. So what do you do?
It is always wise to be prepared, but I only have a question or two. I couldn't have helped but overhear something about some strange humanoids being sighted. Given that we are traveling to the east, I was curious what it was that you saw.
The merchant clears his throat. He says, "Yes, well, I didn't see it myself, but when I have some people I send about on doing various things. This particular one was sailing down one of the rivers, to the east, the Lethon River, in fact, and near the to see, what it's like sailing down the river now, because we are thinking about some business that we might have on the other island or whatnot. Anyway, once they arrived near the coast, um, one of my people claimed to, well, several of them really, claimed to see a small village, I guess. But strangely, the people in the village, while they kind of looked human from a distance, they seem to be blue and green in color, or at least that's what they claim. And one of them even claimed that they have scales. But once they got close, they pulled out weapons, kind of strange trident-like weapons. I think that's what they called them. Anyway, they ran off the people. They kind of sailed back up the river, came back home, and that was that.
That is quite interesting. It is reminiscent of some other sightings I've heard about before. It is reminiscent of that. Are you familiar with the ancient battlefield?
I've heard of it, yes. It's a place to avoid.
Having gone past that, I will say that is very much the case. But I believe there are some creatures associated with that sound very similar to what you report about.
Well, they do sound like the Triton to me, which supposedly is a humanoids, supposedly non-human. I don't know how much truth there is to it, but regardless, whether it be another band of people or they really are these monstrous creatures of the sea, they appear to be natives, perhaps, of this place or nearby. And there have been attacks in the past, although not for some time. I've even heard of ruins they left behind, supposedly the same people, at a nearby waterfall. Or behind it, or near it. I haven't been there myself.
And it is probably not a good place for a merchant to go. I mean, I'm certain your bodyguards are quite capable, but even still, seeking out trouble when it is not necessary to do so is something one should avoid.
Of course.
And I thank you for your time. I tip my hat to you.
You're welcome. They go back to eating and talking, and one of the people in leather armor, he relaxes as you leave and continues on his meal as well. All right, so once you get back to the table, what do you tell the group, if anything?
Well, based on that merchant, it sounds like there are some Tritons in the area. And it seems that they may have some relation to the waterfall that we had heard about to the north. Maybe something we will want to bear in mind if we should find ourselves investigating that place. But for now, I think it is best to avoid it.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good to me.
Tyler, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
And if you're not talking,
Can you hear
we
me
still
now?
can't hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you just now.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't talking, but I was paying attention.
Okay, yeah, you were silent for longer than I was used to. So, because normally you'd have some comment. So I was afraid your microphone is acting up again.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm okay right now.
All right, so you finish your meal. Do you do anything else while you're at the watchtower, or are you going to continue on?
Well, if none of you have anything else to do, I would prefer to continue on our way.
I think that is a good idea. We should keep moving. I do think the waterfall is something we want to check, but your current objective is more important.
And certainly the Oracle did not give that little pearl of wisdom for it to be ignored.
That is what I just said, yes.
Indeed, but I liked my words better.
Alright, you guys can move up to 12 hexes.
Does anything happen at the bridge for us crossing?
No, you kind of pass over the bridge. You don't see anybody there this time. Although, as you pass by, if you look toward, toward the lake and the river beyond, you can feel a slight tugging. You're not sure what causes it, but there's definitely something over there. Something that, in the arcane, you kind of sense a little bit of power.
Yes, I think we will come back to this place.
Alright, in that case, 4 hours passes, and you should have had enough space that if you're going to Sepazis, you would arrive. So I'll go ahead and take you to Sepazis.
Oh, sure. Offer the ride after we have walked there.
Oh, let me go ahead and move you to the right spot real quick. It's taking its time loading. There we are. There you go. So you have arrived. So as you enter, the guards, they let you in. They kind of nod as you pass by. One of the guards seems to recognize you, or at least some of you. And as you come in, you notice that the city itself seems to be fairly calm, despite the recent troubles. So what do you do?
Is there anything interesting on the message board?
As you look through, I realize I forgot to update it, but you would see similar stuff, but you will see a new message, talking about a strange fakery and some plot against the Proxilus family that's been resolved, but it doesn't give a lot of details.
Well, it is no wonder. The details are awfully hard to believe. So, Sebastian, you are not some sort of shapeshifter, are you? Go ahead and give him a gentle nudge with my elbow.
No.
Well, that is exactly what a shapeshifter would say.
Well, in that case, then everybody's a shapeshifter.
Well, now that you mention it, they could be.
And nobody knows it. And then he laughs weakly, and then he's like, shrugs his shoulders.
They are all so good at keeping their secrets. Well, I guess we will need to rest for the night, and you will probably want to stay here. I do not recommend that you go to the abandoned watchtower. Even though we have cleared out a great many dangers there are still plenty of others to be wary of.
Okay, well, I'm sure my uncle would let you guys stay if you guys want to avoid having to pay for an inn.
Well, I do need to talk to him anyway.
Alright, well, let's head over there, I guess.
Do you have a banking establishment here in Sepazis?
Sorry, say that a little louder?
Do you have a banking establishment here in Sepazis?
Honestly, I'm not sure what that is. If you... Okay,
Like money lending. Like for money lending. commerce and the businesses and merchants here would need something to be able to exchange
Yeah, if you
coin
want
and
to
deposit
borrow
safety.
money, you would have to, you know, have a patron or someone you know a powerful person and strike up a deal with them.
Well, I'm not looking to borrow money. I was looking for a safekeeping.
Sorry, where are you going? No,
Uh, I, w-
I thought
I think
Tyler
Dave is taking
was
us.
saying something.
Yeah, I
You
was
are.
saying I'm not looking so much for borrowing money. I was looking for safekeeping of funds that are already had.
Oh, well, you can talk to my uncle. I know there have been occasions when um, other people he knows have left items of importance with him or money with him. He'll draw up a contract if he wants to take on that responsibility, but you'll have to talk to him about it.
Look, Sebastian, your doppelganger is on the roof.
Oops. All right. So you arrive, and Sebastian knocks on the door, and a servant meets you at the door and says, "Oh, welcome, young master. Please come in." And he leads everyone inside. And at this point in time, I will separate Sebastian from you. And once you enter, you can see that Anone and Varius are sitting in the courtyard. There's some benches, and they're kind of just sitting outside, enjoying the air. And they see you arrive, and says, Sebastian, I see you have returned with your friends." And he gestures to the rest of you. "Well, you were going to see the Oracle, were you not? Have you learned anything?"
We have learned that we have unfinished business at the watchtower.
"Truly, it was a nasty place from what you've told me. What business could you have?"
Apparently, there's more nastiness that awaits us down there. Plus some answers to some questions.
"I assume that means, Sebastian, you will be staying here for a while?" Sebastian nods. "Yes, of course, Uncle." And I think there was some talk. One of you, they were talking about something called a bank, and they wanted to leave money or make a contract with you or something. But I'll let them talk to you about it. And then Barrios kind of looks at the rest of you. Go ahead, Tyler.
I was just looking for perhaps some place to safely store things to not take them into danger whilst I was away.
"Oh, well, if you're going into a dangerous place, I can see why you'd want to do that. I have been known to keep things in my treasury for others. Of course, if you wish to do so, I believe I have the room, depending on what you want to leave, but we'll put together a contract, and we'll, of course, document everything you leave behind. So, I will have a scribe give you a copy of the document, of course. Is that something you're interested in?"
That sounds perfect. That would be very kind of you. Thank you.
"Of course, you've done a lot for Sebastian. It's the least I can do." "Well, if I'll arrange something with the scribe a little later this evening. In the meantime, are you staying with us, or do you have a room at the inn?"
Wait, what time is it?
Yeah, it's about 5 o'clock.
Yeah. I believe if you would be having us, I think we shall be staying here tonight and setting off early in the morning.
That sounds good. Yes, you can join us for dinner.
That sounds delicious.
Well, I'll actually be leaving for a little while this evening. I have to go meet the Archon for a bit. But I will be returning in time for dinner, and once our meal completes, we can arrange that contract. My wife will be remaining, and the servants will attend to whatever needs you. But before I go, what did you? Has everything gone well? These issues you go back for, are they resolving the problems you were having?
It has given us a direction. We now have an excellent idea of where to go and what to do, whereas before we were at a bit of a loss.
I see. Yes. Getting direction from the Oracle. That sounds like a very good result. Often people go to see her and they leave with more questions than answers. But it seems your path is clear, fortunately.
Yes.
Well, I would say there are still plenty of questions. It is not clear what it is that we are going to find there. However, it is said that this will resolve some of the issues that perhaps we have discussed earlier.
Oh, sounds good. Well,
I certainly hope so.
now that Sebastian is returned, and Danone, I'm sure you can attend the guests. I really should get going. He says, big sigh. He kind of slowly stands up from where he's sitting, the bench he's sitting on, kind of dusts himself off, and you can tell he's kind of reluctant, but he starts moving. Go ahead.
As he gets up, is there something wrong? Is there a problem here?
It's not a. It's not a problem. It's just talk. Talk is tedious. We've smoothed things over, especially with the fakery being revealed and everything. But speaking in an official capacity and getting everything, all the paperwork dealt with, it's just tedious. I'm not looking forward to it, but it isn't an issue.
Well, you have done so much and been so kind to help us. I mean, is there any way I can lend my services?
No, I really do need to speak to the Archon one-on-one. If I send somebody else or bring along someone else to help, that will probably... It would be better if I did it myself. But if something comes up out of it, or I do need help, I will be sure to let you know.
Very well. Thank you again for your hospitality.
Of course. And then he heads out the door. So, meanwhile, Anone is, she gets up and she hugs Sebastian, and they talk quietly for a moment. And then she kind of waves over the group and she says, well, sounds like you've been busy and you've kept good care of Sebastian from what I hear. I want to thank you for keeping him safe. And he says he's learning a lot, but I always worry.
Well, he indeed has been learning quite a bit.
Yes, I'm only his aunt, of course, but sometimes I feel like I'm his mother away from home, if you know what I mean. And then Sebastian's like, okay, enough of that. I'm gonna go to my room. And then he starts heading off to his room. Alright, so it'll probably be an hour before Barius comes back to, and that's when the meal will happen. So is there anything you to do for that hour, or do you want to fast forward?
I guess I'll ask the aunt. So it does seem that things have settled down in town, although I'm sure their family has had to deal with a little bit of paranoia about who is who. But has there been any reports of anything else of note as of recently?
Oh, it has been fairly quiet. I suspect that someone has been making moves against this family, or many someone perhaps. So I suspect it's only a matter of time before something else happens, but I suspect it'll be a while because they'll want things to settle. And there's not much we can do until then other than keep our family safe and make sure that our businesses are in proper legal order.
I fear we may be in direct confrontation with those forces in the near future. Hopefully that resolves well and that relieves some burden on your family.
One would hope. But only the gods know.
Sometimes I wonder if even they do.
She kind of looks at you with the side eye, and she says, "Well, there's always room to question the gods, but we are still a faithful household."
Oh, certainly. I am not suggesting at all that one should turn their loyalties elsewhere. In fact, Sebastian did speak quite highly of the Pantheon of Light. And with a name like that, how could you not?
Indeed.
And it does seem that the people have, reached quite a bit of prosperity, so the gods must be doing something right.
Yes. Well, if I will get the servants to bring out some light snacks, if you wish.
Do not. Let's see. That would be most gracious. But do not go to any great effort on our account.
Oh, no effort. I was thinking of having a few grapes myself. So she calls some servants over, and they go off, and they bring back some cups of wine and a couple of bowls of grapes. All right. Anything else during that hour?
I can't think of anything. I'm just gonna get everything I get ready.
Okay. All right. So, the hour passes, and Barius comes back into the house, and he looks around and sees everybody, and he says, "Well, I believe that is resolved, but I am famished. Let's bring out the meal." And at that point, the servants start bringing out a hot meal. And after setting out a table outside in the courtyard, Sebastian comes out after smelling the food. And then, everybody's seated, and Barius and Inone sit around the table and says, "Well, I did not know you were going to return today, so it is a modest meal, but still, the cooks are quite good at their job." And you see bread and cheese, you see olives, you see 3 types of meat, none of which are mystery, and of course some fairly strong wine.
Nonsense. This is not a modest meal at all. Especially given what we are used to consuming. I go ahead and just pull out one of the rations, and it's like, now this is a meal that makes modesty look like a feast.
Oh, I remember those things from my days as a soldier. I do not miss the rations at all.
Understood. I would agree it is something I would like to put in my past. The sooner the better.
Indeed. Alright, so as the meal goes on, you notice Barrios and Onone they're kind of, you know, they're talking, but it's all kind of small talk. You know, talking about the weather lately, and apparently there's a new construction project just outside of town toward toward the vineyards, some sort of new temple. So they're talking about that. You know, Sebastian, you know, talks a bit about, you know, his sword training and stuff like that. So the meal kind of passes fairly quickly. Is there anything you guys do during the meal? Okay, so the meal passes, and servants come and start taking the dishes and the cups and everything. And Sebastian looks around and he says, "I'm gonna go relax in my room for a while. If any of you want me for anything, you can just come by." And then he kind of heads off. And then Barrios looks toward Judge and he says, "So, you wish to set up that contract now?"
That would be excellent, yes. I have a very few things, but the few things that I wish to keep safe when I'm in a more dangerous environment, to just come back and be able to claim without worry of loss or theft.
Very good. So he gestures for some gestures, and a scribe walks forward with a scroll in hand and writing implements, and some servants bring out a small table. And he says, "Please, have a seat." So here you can see, and he shows you a contract, and says, "How long are we holding the items? What should we do if you don't return within this time frame with those items? Please list out the items themselves and include the quantities as well. So if you have, like, you want to leave 100 Mithna behind as an example, you would make sure to get the amounts correct. And
Yes.
at the bottom there is a signature that you can sign there, and then of course once you're all ready and I verify everything is in order, I will sign as well. So the first question for you, though, before you begin, is how long do you wish to leave your items behind, or before some action is taken?
I do not have a time frame. I am sure it will be short. I will be passing through here again, at which point in time we can
Well, let me give you an example.
renew the time.
Let's say, for example, that you want to keep your items here for a week, but then but if you don't return, let's say the unfortunate thing happens and you pass away, but your allies return. Do we wait that time and give it to your allies? If your allies don't return, none of you return, is there someone else in here in Cephesus or Katniss where the items would go to, or that kind of thing?
Well, it would be just me and my allies. I really have no one else here to entrust these items. Some of it is simply safekeeping coin, and there is a object that will be entrusted to your security. Yes, for example, I will be leaving my coin here because I do not need to carry it on the road, and
All right.
yeah,
Well,
should it be lost or stolen. But there is a object of unusual nature that I will be leaving here for safekeeping as well. And should anything happen to myself or my compatriots that we do not return, it must be something that you are willing to safeguard and not let fall into any hands. be
Alright
willing
then.
to do this.
So I will say that probably the maximum amount of time without seeing you that I can keep your items secured will be about 3 months. So if you don't have a time frame of your own, you can put down 3 months. Assuming you return within those 3 months, then everything's fine.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. Yes, 3 months would be excellent. We will be back here long before then, probably several times. Okay.
All right then.
The first thing I'm leaving is my good scholarly robes. There's no need to take them out into the wild to get messed up and ruined. The next thing I'm leaving is a large pouch of coin. And I'm putting this under my little bonds square on my biography, Jeremy, just in case.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So
Because I don't really have a place for personal notes.
yeah, so what I would suggest is you don't have to itemize them all out in game. What you can do is put them all there, and then I can see them, and then and then remove them from your inventory or whatever, or mark them unequipped or whatever, and then we can go that way. Because yeah, he's not asking you about each thing. He just wants a clear list, so that he can just look at that list and verify what you have, and when you come asking for, so it doesn't get mixed up with other stuff.
Yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, like I said, my robes, and the other thing, if for 3 months you do not see or hear of myself or any of my comrades, there is a large jar of a purple substance that you really should not let fall into the hands of anyone. Should you find a way to dispose of or destroy it so it cannot be used by others would be great. Otherwise, just to keep it safely hidden away. I assure you, I have no intentions of disappearing and leaving you with this responsibility, but in the very rare off chance, you know what I mean.
He nods. I see. I will make sure that particular jar is specially marked and away from everything else.
And just looking at it, you can tell it's purple and kind of glowing and weird.
Yeah, he looks at it side-eyed, like, I think, okay, you've been to some places. Interesting.
While all that's going on, I want to go ahead and excuse myself and go talk to Sebastian real quick.
Okay, yeah, you find him in his room, and if you go knock on his door, he'll let you in. And says, hey, what you need?
Well, you have seen Darcy's form, and I was wondering if you wanted to spend a few minutes just to get used to my form as well.
He nods, and let me do a check real quick. And he kind of smirks and says, "Yeah, you're the monster. Yeah, okay."
Well, I guess there will be some confirmation of that, but let us, I can understand why it was so disconcerting the first time, but here, I will allow you to take my glaive, take my shield, I'll even remove this armor. If it helps make the situation feel a little less dangerous.
I have a feeling as a monster, you could easily kill me without any of those things, so I don't think it matters. But go ahead.
Oh, it's Darcy showing up just in time for me to try and traumatize Sebastian some more?
Yep, she is. Hello. Glad you could join us.
Oh, hello.
We're kind of low on
Hi.
three.
Yeah, that's fine. Apparently, from the ether, the inner Darcy found out. I don't know. All seriousness, though, I took a nap, and it lasted longer than it was supposed to.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, you actually picked a really good time to pop in, because, the rest, most of it up to this point was just travel and drafting a storage document contract.
Darcy just blacked out of boredom and no longer wished to be there.
Oh, speaking of, if you wanted to safeguard any of your items in case of the worst that could happen, Darius is willing to, for a short period of time, store things that you don't want to get lost out in the wild.
Basically up to 3
Who's
months.
gonna store?
Marius.
Sebastian's uncle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just finished a little contract. Oh, Darius, is there a fee? Can I give you a, is there a compensation for this great service you're providing?
Oh no. You've done a lot for the. All of you have. You've done a lot for our family and for Sebastian. This is something I mostly just do for friends. I don't want the responsibility of dealing with honestly most others in this regard. There are some of high station who will charge for this service, but I'm not one of them. I am selective.
Thank you very much for allowing me into your circle.
Of course. Alright, so Darcy, you walk off board. You know that Sebastian went to his room, and you know the Cyclonan later on went that way, so are you heading off to his room as well?
Yeah, she would. Is the group still headed towards the caves of death?
Yep.
Okay. The only things, I can think that, Darcy would probably leave for, the uncle to have would be probably the really, really fancy, jewelry she had tailored. So in case she, dies or something, her fancy jewelry doesn't get dropped on a cave floor somewhere.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, so he'll do the same he did with Judge. He'll draw up a contract. You'll decide how long you wish to leave the item with him, up to 3 months. And then what happens to the item if you don't come to return it? For example, does it go to other people in your group? If they all die, does it go to somebody else that you know in Spaces or Katniss or what have you?
Oh,
Sebastian can have.
Okay.
They're worldly possessions that only a mortal could use anyway.
Okay, so go ahead and just make a note on your character sheet somewhere of the item that you're giving them, just so that you're aware and you don't have to worry about it getting dropped somewhere and whatnot.
I do scribble out a quick note for Barius. And I hand it to him.
Okay. Okay, so anyway, after you've done that, you were heading off to Sebastian's room, and in Sebastian's room, Cyclonan, you changed into your demigod form, correct?
Yes.
All right, and Sebastian is kind of, kind of back up against the wall, trying not to panic. And while this is happening,
and just for clarification, I'm trying to be as non-threatening as possible. That's why I gave him my weapons and armor. I'm making it a point to just sit down. I'll just sit cross-legged on the floor, just to be in as unthreatening a posture as possible.
Yeah, fair enough. Actually, let's get an idea of how unthreatening that actually is. Go ahead and give me either a performance or a persuasion check.
We will go with persuasion.
Okay, you're trying to be unthreatening, but you have this kind of smirk on your face. You just not intentionally, with some teeth sticking out, and you got some fur sticking up here and there. Your ears are kind of sticking out, and you can tell that you're trying to be non-threatening, but you're not really succeeding very well. And just as this is happening, you hear a knock on the door. As Darcy arrives. And Darcy, you hear a squeak from inside. Come in!
I opened the door.
So you open the
Like,
door, and you see Cyclonin trying his best, but not really succeeding at being unthreatening. You see his stuff is kind of like on the bed, or he's trying to give it to Sebastian's armor and weapons and stuff. And Sebastian's kind of up against the wall, kind of sweating and staring at Cyclonin.
She's going to notice what's happening, sigh, shut the door behind her as she comes in. Not this again.
To help try to diffuse this, I'm gonna go ahead and put my hat on.
Okay.
Hopefully, I look kind of silly with that.
Because
that
that
actually-
helps so much.
That actually changes the situation, so you go ahead and give me another persuasion check. Somehow, you put the hat on, but you're not sure why, but this seems to frighten him even more, and he starts whimpering.
I am sorry, Sebastian. I just wanted this to be as controlled a circumstance as possible. If you wish to leave, feel free to do so. Just please allow me 10 minutes of quiet so I can return to my normal form.
Okay. And he squeezes past you, Darcy, and he kind of goes along the wall, kind of opens the door, and kind of slides out the door and closes it behind him.
Judge just kind of leans over very quietly after witnessing all of this in quiet amusement and whispers, "I'm very glad he has not yet seen Conglomerate. Do you suppose he had been afraid of cats his entire life?"
Are we all inside that room,
If
or
he's talking
is
to you
Judge
guys,
with
I'm
us?
assuming Judge would have shown up then. So we'll say that,
Yeah,
he's
when
in
he-
the room.
Yeah, he kind of followed Darcy just with the questionable commotion and just watched.
Well, I'm not sure it has anything to do with past life, but talking, predator on two legs does not settle humans usually. As she kind of gives Cyclonin a look of, really? You're doing this again? As if he hasn't already seen what happened the first time. She's gonna slip outside to find the old scaredy cat.
Well, before she goes, we did reveal your form, and now he knows what to expect. I thought it would go better than this. I guess, looking like an apex predator does have its disadvantages. Although this never seems to benefit me in combat.
Well, when we fight things, they usually aren't mortal.
All right, Darcy. So you sneak out of the room, or slip out of the room, and you see Sebastian kind of pacing up and down in the hallway.
She's gonna approach.
He looks up and then he stops pacing and he says, "Hi. You can tell him that I'm sorry. I tried, but for some reason, he had those ears and the teeth and then he put on this hat and it I don't know. It reminded me of
He's seen the hat plenty of times.
and when the hat combined with the eyes and the teeth and the fur, I don't know, it reminded me of some stories of undead and kind of freaked me out. Undead trying to look like people but failing.
Well, you have already seen undead before.
Yeah, and they freaked me out. But
I know.
he looks scarier for some reason because because yeah, I know he's so much more powerful than those undead.
Well, you're going to have to eventually get used to this. Can't have you fainting or running away if things happen on their own.
I know. He kind of looks down and kind of fidgets. And just as that's happening, you see his aunt kind of come down the hallway and sees Sebastian's expression. And he says, "Oh, Sebastian, what is ever the matter? Do you know what's wrong with him?" She looks up at you, Darcy.
Just nervousness of, I suppose, the future and the unknown that it entails.
She looks back at Sebastian. Really? Well, I guess you've had a hard time lately. And Sebastian kind of looks up and nods and says, I'm fine. I just came out for some fresh air. I'm gonna go to the, I'm gonna go outside and for a few minutes, and then I'll go back to my room. And she says, "Oh, okay. Well, if you need to talk, just let me know." And then she continues on. And Sebastian looks back at you sheepishly, Darcy, and says, "I'm going to go to the courtyard and get some fresh air."
All right, as long as you don't find a whole bakery of bread while you're out there.
He looks back and it says, "Well, Barrios is limiting my bread intake. Apparently you guys talked to him, so..." And then he walks off. All right.
Where are the others?
Go ahead.
Where are the others?
They're still in the room, in Sebastian's room. Because it takes
Okay.
10 minutes for Cyclone to change, so he's basically hiding out there and Judge is hanging out with him.
Okay.
Alright, so 10 minutes passes. What are you guys going to do in the 10 minutes? Are you going to talk about anything, or are you going to wait for Sebastian to return?
Maybe briefly, Well, I was disappointed that he was still having trouble with that, but at least to his credit, he did not panic. So, that is a step in the right direction, I suppose. After the 10 minutes, I go and leave the room.
Okay, so Sebastian goes and returns, in about 10 minutes as well, because that's how long you told him to wait. And so he'll probably see you leaving as he's returning, and he sees you back in human form and says, "Hi again. I don't know if Darcy told you, but sorry, I didn't mean to be so scared. I'm not sure why. I mean, I thought I could handle it, but..." He sighs.
Well, compared to the first time, that was a significant improvement. There are plenty of people who probably would have continued to flee regardless. We will get you used to this yet. I mean, really, that is the problem with the type of creature that I share similarities to. They are not known for looking friendly and approachable, even when they want to be.
Yeah, true. Well, I'm gonna go in my room. You don't have to leave. You can come in if you want. And then he kind of heads inside. All right, so he's returned. Is there anything else you guys want to do for the evening, or should I pass on until morning?
Perhaps we should get some rest. I'd like to start early to get to the abandoned watchtower. Hopefully this time we do not have a fight outside, but I will try to be prepared this time.
I will get some.
Tyler, if you're talking, speak louder.
And Judge will go ahead and turn in early, get some very good rest, and be ready bright and early tomorrow.
Okay. So I will advance until probably 7 in the morning. So everybody kind of wakes up, and as you kind of get up and get ready, you go out to the courtyard and see that Barius and Anone have a kind of a breakfast spread, out. Servants are brought in some breads and fruits, vegetables, sliced meats, and some cheeses. And you can see that Sebastian is kind of eating some breakfast. It seems like it's kind of a table set up, and the people are kind of standing in the courtyard. There's some benches and all that, but mostly just kind of standing around talking. Grab some food, and hold it in their hands and kind of eat it as they talk. And they see you as the group come out, and Varius says, "So you're heading to the watchtower today. Given that some of you have left items behind with me, I take it you expect this to be a very dangerous trek."
Indeed.
Well,
You too.
"Well, I will pray to the gods for your safety."
thank you. Hopefully, it should be no problem for us to return and retrieve our stuff. More of a promise of coming back rather than a getting.
Tyler, are you talking? If so, speak up a little louder.
Sorry. Oh, Judge was just saying, well, we thank you for your prayers, but hopefully leaving stuff here is a contract to come back and retrieve it rather than leaving it for naught.
Of course. I'm sure you'll return. It may be dangerous, but I have reason to believe that you could survive most things.
We shall see. Wish I knew what it was that I was going to find there.
But at least we know now.
Well, if the Oracle is sending you, then it must have some importance to your journey.
I do feel the pull of it, whatever it is.
He nods. All right. Anything else before you leave? All right. I'm going to take that as a no, so I'll go ahead and take you to the map. All right. You can go ahead and move 6 hexes for your first watch, or your first half of the day. All right. So you traveled for about 4 hours, and you've seen animals in the jungle. You've seen some colorful birds flying overhead, and you also noticed something fairly large swimming in the waters. Although it was far enough out that you didn't get a very good look at it. But otherwise, you have a uneventful journey. So go ahead and move up to 6 more hexes.
I wonder if Tavros would consider that to be mystery meat. Has he eaten seafood?
I believe
don't
I
he
don't
has.
think so. Wait, has he?
I don't know.
I don't remember us ever saying anything about seafood ever. It was always chicken, pork, or beef.
I wonder how he would like Kraken or Leviathan.
I bet it would be thinking the same thing about him, considering his bovine opinion.
Somehow I think Tavros would give a Leviathan an upset stomach.
Most likely.
All right, so you arrive at the Watchtower ruins. Is the map visible for everybody?
Yes.
All right, so far as you look around, it seems to be the way you left it. You even see some of the rotting corpses of the creatures you killed still on the ground, so you can see where the blood spots are. So what do you do?
I guess that means no one else has come by.
So certainly hope that to be the case.
Oh, is oh wait, I'm just gonna go ahead and call him. I'm gonna go ahead and call Gavel,
Okay.
and as we're coming up to approach before we get too far into moving around, Gavel's just gonna do a fly overhead to see inside these two buildings from above, just to make sure there's no ambushes waiting before coming back to land on my shoulder.
Sure. Go ahead and roll a perception check, given his perception.
Okay, I don't have a token or a thing for Gavel. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
let me
you
look it up.
don't. He said he's an owl, so let's go ahead and look at that. Look that up. Owl.
I think an owl has advantage on sight perception checks.
He does. So go ahead and roll a d20, add +1. Well, actually, 2 d20s, and then his bonus is going to be +1.
Okay.
Yeah, I know I still need to make a token for him, but we've had some issues lately, and there was some stuff I was going to do for the game that I never got to.
That's okay. Let's see if I did this right.
All right, so that'll be an 8, basically. So, okay, so he flies over the buildings and then returns to you, and as far as you can tell, I still within 100 feet, right? So he can communicate with you telepathically. So, yeah, so telepathically basically suggests that other than some insects, small insects, he didn't spot anything.
All right, well, Gavel says it should be safe at least to get to the entrance, so shall we continue?
All right, so you guys can, what are you going to do?
All right.
Go ahead and
Gotta go in the hole again.
delete these bodies here.
I'll stay close to Judge as he moves forward.
Okay. And
All right, so
everybody
yeah,
can
you
follow
enter
behind.
the main watchtower structure to find it pretty much the way you remember it. The only exception is that as you get to about here, due to your passive perception, you do notice a couple of discarded items. Looks like wrapping from rations, because they're going to be kind of wrapped in some sort of cloth or paper, and you notice that almost like a cloth. But anyway, you notice some of that discarded, and as far as you remember, you don't remember seeing that before.
Very gently picking it up. Cyclonin, gizzard. Either of you have a particularly sensitive sense of smell? Can you tell how fresh this is?
There is nothing exceptional about my nose.
Do I have
But,
anything?
It would be if you
Tavros
got
or
anything with
conglomerate?
your race, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Lizard folk. Yeah, let's look under lizard folk. Ability scores.
We'll
hold
try to check it
breath.
out anyway.
Yeah, you don't have anything about that. You have the hold breath thing, so you don't have any extra bonuses
Yeah.
for smell.
I
But
know
you
they're
guys
not
can
here,
give
but
me
can
a
I?
perception check anyway.
Okay. I was gonna say I know they're not here, but can we ask Tavros or Conglomerate if they have a good sense of smell for
Sure.
that?
Let me check. Dry crane. No, he doesn't have anything. Let's check Tavros. Minotaur. No. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from. I would kind of expect one of these races to have something like that, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. Alrighty, not a problem. All right. Instead of a perception, can I try investigating because I'm sitting here messing with it?
Yeah, sure. If you're gonna spend 10 minutes kind of poking at it, smelling it, trying to examine the fibers and see if you can get an idea.
Yeah,
Go
this
ahead.
is well worth 10 minutes.
Sure.
I was justifying that to everybody else as I'm sitting here messing with this.
You're not sure. You suspect it could be anywhere from days to weeks, probably not months. Cyclonin, as you kind of sniff, you do get the slight smell of some sort of, the same similar kind of rations you have. Probably like a salted meat, kind of jerky kind of thing. And from the smell, you would estimate anywhere from 2 days to 2 weeks.
So
I'm
it is
gonna
very
look at the.
recent.
I'm gonna look at what's discarded there. If there's any remnants of food, can I get any indication of what kind of teeth would have taken the bites out of that stuff?
Sure. So you kind of go rummage around, see if you can find some food. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oops, not that one. I was going to persuade the scraps to help me out.
Okay, yeah, you do find a piece of discarded jerky, and you kind of look at it, and you're trying to get an idea of what kind of creature or person would have made those marks, right? Okay.
Yes.
So you get the impression that it's probably some sort of dog or cat or something along those lines.
Well, this is not boding any better for what I had hoped or feared.
You're probably leaning more toward dog. Or wolf.
I am just hoping. Oh, well, we, even though we are godlings now in this place, need to eat. And we have not been the cleanest of diners. Well, it stands to easily reason that perhaps others' newly found requirements are the same. I'm just hoping the Punk Pantheon isn't down there waiting for us.
Well, if they are, we are about to find out the hard way, I suppose. Although,
All right.
given the Oracle's prophecy led us here, and their prophecy seemed to indicate that we had to do this before we could hope to do anything about the other Pantheon, that does seem to suggest we will probably not encounter them first.
All right. Judge will, remembering from last time, he will go ahead and put Gavel in his dimensional pocket.
Okay. One thing you also notice as you kind of step around the corner is your rope and your branch and rope that you guys had set up are gone.
They're completely gone, no remnants, not broken, just gone.
Yeah, they're like somebody took them away.
Kind of comes out here. Are there any drag marks for where
yeah,
they
you
might
can
have drugged the stick and
the
rope to?
branch you'll probably see out here, kind of dragged and dropped there. The rope itself is gone.
Just sighing. Judge will go over, grab the branch, drag it back up, and so does anybody have some spare rope again? Apparently they didn't like our makeshift ladder.
On the contrary, I think they loved the makeshift ladder and chose to keep part of it. Okay, well, I have some more rope that we can use.
Okay. Make sure that the branch wasn't like cracked or broken and that it's still sturdy to be levied across.
Okay, you give it a once over. It looks the same, as you remember. It looks like it was just moved. All right.
Okay.
So you guys head down, or are you gonna do some other preparations first?
I'm as ready as I'm going to be. That's about everyone else.
It is potentially a good sign that this is moved aside. This seems like the sort of thing you'd have to do after you one left.
That is true. The
Let's
Oracle
get
did say
going.
that we had to get. Yep, let's get going.
All right. So you guys have done it before, so I'm going to assume that you crawl out, and it looks like I have you already positioned at the end. But I'm going to go ahead and position you at the beginning just in case you wanted to check things out. But I'm not going to make you go through all of the caves, just so you can kind of check out whatever you want to check out in the beginning area. So let's see.
What is this place?
Oh, hold on, let's get to the beginning. You can see it when we enter, the whole big reveal.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, are we working yet? Okay, there we go. And I feel like I've missed somebody. Who did I miss? Cyclone, and you're dead, right? That's why I missed you. Oh, do you? Okay, let me go over there and drag you. There we are. Okay, I think we got it ready. All right, so you climb down the rope, and one of the things you'll notice is that the door is closed, and one thing you also notice is that as you go to open it, you will probably notice that somebody jammed something into the door and they attempted to seal it closed. You can see that there are metal pitons that are kind of hammered in in the sides, and somebody kind of smashed the door at the corners to try to kind of bend it and make it hard to move, and that kind of thing.
Do you think that perhaps it was maybe guards or other humans, maybe since we last spoke to the Helicus?
I do not know if it's from the Helicus, but somebody definitely was trying to leave in a hurry and bar the door. Well, perhaps one of you big, strong godlings could start just pulling the pitons out, and perhaps I shall see about mending the hinges just enough for us to be able to get this open.
Well, I see that the greatest warrior at this specific age seems to want to avoid to get palaces, so I suppose I will attempt to do the honors.
You notice the conglomerate and Tavros seem to kind of just be sitting in the corner, sucking their thumbs. All right, Cyclone, so what are you trying to do?
I'm gonna go ahead and try and knock the Titans out or whatever. One thing I'm going to do, is there a big rock on the ground or anything like that?
Yeah, there's plenty of rocks. You would have no problem finding a big rock.
All right, you find one that seems suitable as a hammer and basically, where possible, hit any of the spikes on the side to try to knock them loose.
Okay, I think using the rock would give you advantage, so go ahead and give me a strength check or athletics check with advantage.
Let's see.
Okay, with a 20, yeah, you go through. It takes you a few minutes, but you are able to kind of knock all the metal pitons free. So that doesn't open the door by itself because, like I said, they try to smash it and try to break the wall where they get as much as they could and try to seal it. So it's still closed, but it's certainly making it a lot easier to open, to break open.
That's where me casting mending on the hinges and parts of the door where I could would help.
Okay. So you cast your mending. That probably takes a while as well, and eventually you are able to get it in good enough repair that you can push it open. It's still hard to move. It's not. Because some of the damage is pre-existing and the extent of the damage, you can't really get it in perfect condition, but you can get it good enough to open.
All right, I'll try and force it open.
Okay, you should be able to click on it now. All right, you pop it open, and you happen to notice some more ration wrappings kind of sitting there. But otherwise, everything looks as you remember it. Other than the doors being closed, I should say. You open it up, you can still see the shrine where that place of power was. It still looks to be in the same condition.
I wonder if the other Pantheon would have even been home had we gone to seek them out. Perhaps they were looking to keep us occupied. I'm going to check the rations on the floors again for bite marks.
Okay. This time you can take a look, and it looks like this is human bite marks.
Well, it seems to be a diverse group, but then so are we.
Alright, you pass through, you notice that sense of dread that you had felt last time you were here is almost entirely absent. It still feels creepy a little bit, a little eerie, but that sense of dread that's kind of pushing down on you seems to have been lifted.
Well, that's good.
Okay. Tyler, you open up the storage room, and it's the same as you remember. You still see the sacks, and you've taken whatever there was of value, which I don't think there was much already.
No. Yeah, just checking, making sure.
All right, you find yourselves in the caves, and you still get the feeling of cold. You don't get the feeling of dread, but as you go this direction, that feeling of cold is still there. And I'm going to go ahead and delete Tavros and Conglomerate, but Gizzard, are you following the group?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'll use my echo to get across that gap off camera.
All right, you should be able to click on the thing to move. Assuming it's working. Okay, looks like it is.
It's for me.
Let me go ahead
Yep.
and move. There we go. Oh, sorry. I meant to do that to move the camera. Sorry if that messed you up, Tyler.
That's okay. I don't know where I am. I'll just wait and see what's happening.
You should be able to hit tab to recenter on your character token.
Ah, there we are.
So yeah, if you ever lose sight, you can just hit tab again.
What do you mean you don't know where you are? Weren't you making a map?
I mean, it just went to a black screen. I didn't know where to go to find my token on the computer program.
Yeah. Fair enough. So you remember this room with the ice crystals? So is the goal here to find your way to the magic door, or do you have other goals while you're in the area?
I think if we're looking to be expedient and Cyclonian, you do seem to have a degree of expediency desired, yes?
Well, I do not know exactly where I am going, but I can probably figure this out based off of some of these. Hold on a moment.
Well,
Uh,
I believe I can show you part of what you missed if we can just go straight to the door to the underworld.
we'll go this way then. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we'll go this way.
Oh, okay. Oops. Okay, Cyclonin, you kind of head through the caves, and everyone else has noticed that Cyclonin has one. I think. Did you
Weren't we
guys see which cave he went through?
Yeah.
If I see they're not following, I'll turn around and go get them.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Gizzard found it.
Hold on. Hold on. Unless you just want to move me, Jeremy.
So as you guys kind of look around, you notice you don't see Judge.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you wanted to move me.
Oh, are you? Okay, you're not at your.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, I move Judge for him.
Thank you. Apologize.
Sure.
Okay, it looks like we should be going this way. Off to the left.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I guess I'll just move him here.
I can't get past the rock.
Oh, that's weird. Here. There you go.
It counts as a wall.
Oh, parts of it does, but I'm surprised you can't just go around it. But okay, fair enough.
We'll go here to the west, or what passes for west.
Wait. Sorry, which one did you go to?
The one you were closest to the left.
Okay, cool.
There is Gizzard.
Yes. Is I.
Alright.
What the hell just happened? Hold on. I did something wrong.
Oh no.
What the heck is going on? I think my thing froze. Hold on, I'm gonna reload.
Cover me, reloading.
What are you doing? Alright, everybody go and stop for a moment. I was dragging along Judge, and for some reason, it decided to just go wandering off to the boonies. Alright.
Dave, what game is that specific voice line from?
I don't know if it's from a specific one. That could have been from any number of first-person shooters.
The way you said it sounded very familiar. Is all.
It's purely coincidental then, because I'd have no idea where I heard it.
Okay.
Honestly, it's very much a generic just line in a lot of first-person shooters. So does it really matter?
Yeah, but the enunciation was very, very familiar.
And I know I've been known to do that with plenty of other quotes.
Yeah.
Okay, so one thing I've noticed is that Darcy, you find yourself in a chamber full of fog. You do remember being here before, and Judge has followed you along. But where is everybody else?
Oh, I know where they went. I was just
wits.
waiting. I was just waiting mechanically for whatever on your side was done.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Judge got lost, and he has been found.
Right.
Awesome. Wow.
Okay, we will take this passage here. And I probably don't recognize this room. Oh yeah, in fact, the previous room was where Judge's map started. And then over here, it looks like. Judge, your drawing skills are as bad as mine.
I dare say yours are a bit better.
Wait,
I'm
which
not a
one
very
of the
good
three did you go
cartographer.
through? Sorry.
What's that?
Which one of the three did you guys go through?
I'll back out again.
Okay,
Uh,
sorry.
Oh, you're still in the previous room? Hold on a sec.
My bad. Okay, that one.
Okay, here we go. Okay. And then over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
All
Sorry.
Alright, you find yourself back in the large chamber with steaming vents where you met the elementals and the magic door.
What is this place?
This is a bunch of magic steam vents. No, actually, do you remember the guardian we read about? The one who was supposed to take the red goblet and ferry it off to be properly disposed of? This is his door.
Do not touch the pools of water.
Yes,
I would
they
not
do
think
like
of it. Even if they were not there to not like it, these can be stepped in.
Alright, so eventually you make your way to the door, and it has been closed. It closed itself again. And then the statue animates and says, "You have returned. Do you wish the door to be open to you once more?"
Yes, please.
Beyond these doors are dangers and treasures, and the creatures within have never seen the creatures from outside. Enter. And he does. It opens up, and I'll take you to the caves. Alright, so just like before, I'm gonna go ahead and we're going to put you into combat here. You're not really in combat, but you're in initiative order. And the only reason to do that is so that when you move, you can see how far you moved, because it's like 1,200 feet or something like that, and it's an odd number, so that way you can just see until it turns green, and then while it's green you can move, and then that's 10 minutes of time. So previously you had entered here and ran into some issues, so how do you plan on tackling things this time around?
Well, I do believe we're on the right path. We just need to be much more cautious. And I described the path up and around like we were supposed to go north and then east, I believe it was. I kind of point out the path we had taken last time.
Perhaps we can get the aid of one of the inhabitants.
That's not a bad idea, but would they be willing to stop whatever work they are doing just to guide us?
Well, they take the mushrooms somewhere.
But that somewhere may not be where we need to go.
So as you travel, you enter the mushroom forest, and Cyclona is the first time you've seen it, but the mushrooms are basically the size of trees, of a variety of different colors, and currently the forest, it looks like a light or medium forest as far as how dense it is. The caves themselves are quite massive, being several hundred feet across, and the ceiling is also rather high, perhaps being you know 50 uh, 50 feet high or maybe even higher in some places. It's hard to tell because the light eventually dims out.
Don't get me wrong, Dorothy, that is an excellent idea, but I wish not to dally here any longer than we might absolutely have to.
Well, that's weird. Thanks, I'm trying to frozen for me this time.
Sorry, say that again?
I think something might have frozen for me this time.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and stop. Are you unable? Oh, did you? There you go. I'll put you back.
I'm trying to refresh right now.
Okay, so yeah, I already stopped until he refreshes.
That's good.
Do we see any of the little mushroom people?
All right, so as you look around, you can you definitely see some crystals, some sources of light off in the distance. But you don't, at the moment, you don't actually see any groups.
So where did you encounter these creatures?
Here. They were gathering mushrooms.
Interesting.
Just doing a cursory examination of the mushrooms as we're going past them. Does the meat from these mushrooms seem like something that could be edible, or does it seem more woody, like it's a tree?
It's more tree-like, but you do suspect that even though it's hard, you probably could eat it, especially if you manage to cook it in some way to soften it up. So you think it might it might serve both purposes. Although
They
it
did
probably
mention
need to
that
be,
they're edible.
it probably need to be treated to be used as a building material in some way, but you suspect that it could be made into a building material. All right, so as you approach, you can hear the sounds of the river, and you see a group kind of going past, or a light kind of traveling down the river, and in the distance you can see a small boat with a number of figures inside, kind of sailing down the river. You also notice another few of the creatures kind of chopping at some mushrooms in the distance.
I believe that is the opposite of the direction we are needing to go.
But were we trying to talk to someone first?
I suppose. Leads the way.
Shouldn't we perhaps be in the form that they have met us before in?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm still in my
Well, I
avatar
thought we were.
form.
Yeah, I thought we were all traveling in our human forms.
I'm down.
These are not inherently hostile, were they?
Well,
They were extremely suspicious.
yes, and they had some run-in, I think, with bugs before, did they not?
Yes, that is why we wanted to keep Conglomerate in a human form. But we had overheard them talking about demon bugs. We believe they encountered the Zorg and are no friends of the Zorg.
Well, looking as non-threatening as possible would only be the best option from here, since we all kind of look strange.
Well, if these are tree-like, I'm going to try and approach kind of from over here, just to sort of break line of sight. And I'm going to try and listen carefully to see if I can hear them talking.
Okay. So it looks like you moved past the movement. So let's say you've been traveling for 10 minutes. And so one thing you notice is that as you start to approach, you notice that the group kind of starts heading away from you slowly, and then going to another group of mushrooms. Another thing you notice is that you do see a movement of a group of different kind of creatures. But even though these creatures had ambushed you before, and this time you can kind of see kind of a group of them kind of gathering together, kind of climbing over the mushrooms and underneath. And they seem to be going somewhere, although not necessarily directly toward the gatherers, but they do seem to be kind of moving along the walls here. So what do you do? Oh, let me go ahead and advance to the next one. Go ahead.
Do I feel anything in any particular direction?
All of you would feel the sense of perhaps a place of power this direction, and there's some other sense of power in this direction, perhaps an artifact, but it seems fairly distant.
Everything seems to be to the south. What was prompting you to go north?
We were told by the creatures we encountered that we needed to go north and east to a place of power.
I think that was further down. It was past this water point that we needed to start going north.
Perhaps.
I remember going past the water before we decided to go into the mushroom jungle and get eaten.
So you notice as you're traveling that you can see there's a bank across the river, and it's hard to make out from this distance, but just kind of like on the edge of your vision, you start to notice noticeable thick spider webs hanging between the mushrooms, kind of over in this direction.
That sounds like something we want to avoid.
Yeah, that is what pretty much got us last time.
What is that way off in the distance to the east, well beyond the spider? I see some sort of humanoid creature. Does not look friendly.
That might be the denizens we encountered. Now, maybe not the same ones, but more of.
Okay, that's a pretty wide body of water. Well, what if we continue this way?
Alright, so you travel along the wall. Are you trying to avoid notice from these creatures?
Yeah, more or less. I'd kind of like to be able to hear. I want to hear them talking before trying to approach them.
Okay, go ahead and give me a group stealth check.
Sure.
Let's see. 200 feet. Because, yeah, from where you are, they are about 200 feet away.
That's a good one.
So let's see. So, okay, interesting. So yeah, that is going to be 2 failures and 2 successes. So you notice that one of them, or some of them, seem to stop for a moment, stop working, and kind of look around. But after a few moments, they kind of go back to what they're doing. The sounds of the chopping seems to have masked any movement you guys had. But you did notice that Cyclonan's armor is making a fair amount of noise, kind of echoing off the walls, and Judge seems to be stepping on every pebble and rock and stick and everything else. But the noise, like I said, the noise of them chopping is kind of hiding your movement. You'd probably, they don't seem to be talking loudly, however, so you'd probably need to get a lot closer if you wanted to hear what they're saying.
I guess at this point, probably wait and see what this big spider's gonna do.
At the moment, they seem to be slowly kind of heading around the wall, and you notice that they seem to be moving slowly and kind of both above and below the mushroom trees, almost like they're looking for something. In the distance, however, you see another group of humanoids. And this group of humanoids seems to be doing something with the crystals. It's pretty far away. Let's see, like 600 feet away. So it's hard to get a good idea of what exactly they're doing. But they might be harvesting them, or chopping them, or hitting them, something like that.
Well, should we go around the corner to the south?
Nowhere else to go.
All right. In that case, I'll go ahead and move and voop.
Okay, you kind of sneak around the corner to the south, and up ahead you notice that the light of the crystal starts to fade, and you can see the path continues to the southeast. Let's see, how much movement do you have? Okay, you still got decent. Okay, go ahead. All right, you continue moving, and whoever has it, go ahead and, if anybody has it, go ahead. You can give me a survival check if anybody's proficient.
I think our one proficient survival's not here.
Conglomerate is, so I'll go ahead and roll for him.
As that's happening, can I just do another cursory inspection, kind of follow my nose to see if we're still sensing the possible object of power below?
All right, so you're a little quiet. You're trying to do a cursory inspection of what?
The place of power. Figure out where it is.
Okay, yeah. So I'll go and ping it again for you. So down this direction, and probably the artifact or the other source of power is this direction.
I didn't see that second ping where.
So the first ping, the place of power is here. The second place, the artifact, is there. Do you see it?
Again, I did not see the second ping.
They're both about due south.
Yeah, it's an arrow
so
that was at the bottom of the screen.
The second one will be like this if you're seeing that ping.
You see the arrow near the bottom?
Oh, now I do. Yeah,
Okay.
that list of options that we have down the bottom was blocking it. But okay.
Oh, so stop moving real quick, because I was going to give you the results of the survival. And looks like you ran out of movement anyway. But anyway, so another 10 minutes passes as you are traveling through the cave, and Darcy, you notice that you're seeing more and more kind of webs going between the mushrooms. You don't see any real movement right now, but you do notice the further this direction you go, the more of the webbing you see.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but we are getting into spider territory, and I do not wish to re-encounter what we did last time.
So we will have to travel very quietly and do our best to avoid any movement we find, but we must still press forward.
Well,
Actually, I am not so I am not so sure of that looking at this map. We have seen a river to the south. If that continues the course that I can see here, it may be an obstacle trying to get to the other side. Perhaps we're going to need to figure out some way to cross the river and then explore that way.
The other side of the river was also covered in spiderweb. This one is less so at the moment.
Also, we don't have a way to cross the river.
Well, perhaps we should take our chances talking with the people then. Maybe there was a reason why they were recommending going north. Which does seem quite odd given where we are detecting these items.
Like I said before, they should know this place better than us. Perhaps we should ask the people who live here, because we might know to need to go this general direction, but that does not mean that our environment allows us to do so directly. We might have to have a detour.
True, very
in,
true.
in that case, perhaps we should just walk up to them.
They should recognize all of us except for you, Cyclone. So hopefully.
Are these the same people you met before?
No telling.
They look like the same type of people, but no telling if they are the actual same people we talked to. We can hope.
Couldn't we tell what language they were speaking?
Not
Yeah,
from
they're-
where you are. You're still.
No, I mean when we talked to them last time, because we were all in listening distance whenever we had the
I think
harrowing
Lormer
translation.
had told you they were speaking Abyssal, but I don't think you guys would have known that on your own.
Okay. Well, Darcy's just gonna let, Cyclona know, since he wasn't here. Apparently they speak Abyssal. Do you know it?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Well then.
Well, in that case, I will try to greet them in a friendly fashion.
They are
Uh,
suspicious, so be careful. They
So-
also don't know of anything from above, so do not mention that you came from there or anything from there. You'll just anger them.
I will probably say that I am lost then or something. All right, well, I'll start walking that way, and as I start getting into what
They
feels
are-
like
They
reasonable
are also
earshot. Oh, go ahead.
they are also aware of godlings and magic, and so it is okay for us to prove that we are godlings and possess magic without having to go godlike form.
Am I able to do my echo thing without?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think anything that is showy in a way that a human couldn't do, I think you'd have to change to do that. But the changing to a godling would be instant. I think you would have to do something where conceivably a human could do it in order, or it's a very small effect.
Cantrip.
Change.
Darcy and myself have cantrips, and that worked in the past.
I can't hear you, Tyler, if you're talking.
Darcy and myself have cantrips, and that worked well in the past. So just let us know when you need us to provide a show.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll just go ahead and walk up casually, and once I get within reasonable earshot, I will call out in Abyssal, "Hail, friends!"
All right, I'll go ahead and take you to the map where they're at. Let's see. So you guys can see where you're at here, and you can see kind of the glow coming from them over here. As you can see, there are lots of things in the way. You know, it's basically a forest, so you can approach however you want.
All right. Oh, jeez. All right. Well, continue to move up.
And from this direction, you can hear the sounds of chopping.
Which direction?
This direction.
Oh, okay.
And so as you approach, you can see a couple that are kind of standing around a rock, and the sound of chopping is coming from this direction over here.
All right. Come around the rock this way, I guess.
Okay, so yeah, you start to approach, and you notice several of the figures, and one of them looks your direction, and kind of turns to his fellow. So I'm going to go ahead and do a quick roll here to see how they react initially. So you guys said you're just kind of walking up casually, right?
Yeah, and as soon as I see them get their attention, I will say, "Hail, friends."
Okay, so I'm going to do a quick roll here. Okay, fair enough. All right, so as you do so, one of them steps forward, and he looks at you and he says, I've heard of Iman like you. Approach."
All right, go ahead and approach.
Iman, once again, those of your ilk appear before us. What is it, of what reason does this omen have visited upon us?
No, we come seeking knowledge. It is our understanding that some answers to the nature of the world can be found down here, or in here somewhere.
You seek knowledge. We are of the end. We are but the Enkaji. We simply gathers what needs to be gathered. Our knowledge is limited.
Well, that being said, I am certain you are a very wealth of knowledge for the things that you do on a day-to-day basis. I mean, not everything is about mystical powers and and politics and all of that. I mean, just knowing about the environment you live in is very valuable knowledge to outsiders such as us.
Yes. So, Iman, why do you appear? What knowledge do you seek?
We have reason to believe that some knowledge that we seek is to the south, but looking in that direction, it appears that there is the ever-present threat of the spiders. We were hoping to find knowledge regarding safe passage to the south.
Do you seek the Enchi?
How's that spelled? I do not know. That is a word that is not familiar to me.
That is strange. It simply means our earthworm.
What now?
It is a complication of when I was young and taught the language, my teachers had interesting interpretations of some words, so unfortunately my understanding is not entirely fluent.
So, Cyclonin, as far as meta terms, your character, you know that some of the words they're using aren't actually abyssal. Most of what they're saying is abyssal, but they seem to have words here and there that almost sound like they came from a different language, and they're just kind of inserted in. And that's why some of the words you don't recognize.
I fear that the people I tried to learn from tried maybe a little too hard to shelter me from the rest of the world and failed to teach me some ultimately fundamental concepts. It has been a source of great embarrassment here and there.
I see. But nevertheless, do you seek the Enchi?
If it can provide the answers that I seek, then yes.
What is the nature of your question?
It is a question that I'm not even certain of what the question is, at least not in exact words. But it is something to the effect of trying to understand my place in this world. What is it that my destiny is meant to be?
So. Kind of, he rubs his chin, and he says, "Perhaps then you seek the Shenbu. They perhaps have answers for you. But first, we must know. Do you have the power of the Shen Mofa? Do you feel the Shenmu?
Power of the Shen Mofa?
Yes.
The Shenlu. Those are, again, words that are unfamiliar to me. I think I might understand their meaning, but...
I believe Kong was writing this down last time.
He
I wish
did.
he was here to help.
He had a whole list of vocabulary words that he figured out, and I actually remember some of them, but because of language barrier, I don't know. Well, maybe. Can I try? Because these are terms that I heard them say before that Kong had explained to us. Can I maybe roll intelligence to see if I can recognize them?
Fair enough. Go ahead and give me a history check.
I'm going to see if I can help that along, because I'm going to ask. They are asking if we have the power of the Shen Mofa. Did you have to demonstrate any sort of capability to them?
Right,
I believe this is where we were casting cantrips. The power of the Shen Mofa. Is that not what Conglomerate was talking about?
So, Darcy, obviously you don't really get the most of the language, but you do recognize some of the keywords. Like what's listed here, because Conglomerate had brought attention to them.
Would my questions provide any context that might give her advantage as far as focusing her memory?
Oh wait, so why? She already remembers. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Or she doesn't remember necessarily what they mean, but she recognizes the words. It's up to her to remember whatever it is that Conglomerate said. But she can point out the words that are listed. If that makes sense.
Just a question of the etymology of the words. The words that are being substituted in, the words that aren't abyssal.
Yeah. What about it?
Are they recognizable as maybe something else? Are they substituting in, say, a different language for those words?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's not a language any of you know, because it's not one that's on the list to learn.
Okay.
It is. You're not sure where it comes from, but it's clearly different. You can clearly hear the abyssal word. It's kind of like when you hear a bunch of Chinese, and then you'll hear a computer, and then more Chinese.
Okay,
It's kind of like that.
Yeah. All right. I was just wondering if I might be able to recognize it, but if it's not on any language list, then no.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's part of the reason why Darcy, you're able to pick them out, because they sound different. So it's there you go.
I remember Kong speaking of. They had interesting words for magic and the use of magic. So, and I remember we had to use magic to convince them of something. I think that they could trust us. So maybe we need to use magic again?
It is seeming that way. Do the words Shen Mofa and Shen Lu sound familiar to you?
Yes.
In
They
that
do.
case, then this may be the time to demonstrate in the fashion that you have previously.
All right. The cantrip mage hand up a rock.
Okay. So you like move a rock around with Mage Hand?
I pick it up in the mage hand and like lift it in front of the guy, and then drop it.
Okay, and he stares at the rock and kind of steps back a little, and he says, "Indeed, you do have the power of the Shen Mofa. You must be able to feel it then. That's why you want to go south. You can feel the Shen Wu."
That is correct.
And then he looks at you curiously. Iman, do you have the Shen Seal?
That is unfortunately another word I am not familiar with. Can you describe it?
We are of the end, not the Shen. So my grasp is limited. But I believe it is the power that the Shen Bu possess. How do I describe it? It is like being able to see when you are blind. It's more than flow. It is almost like you can see forward and back to see what happened and what might happen.
Interesting.
You should seek the Shen Bu if you want to learn more.
Then it sounds like we do indeed need to speak with the Shen Bu. Or seek the Shen Bu.
You understand, Iman, that we are not all the same. We are of the end. And others, such as those who sail along the waters, are of the Shen. But yet, all of us, we are the Skedi. But you are not Skedi. You are Iman. You may not know it, or many Iman do not. But you are born of these caves. But we do not know, I do not know how. I was explained once, but you just come into being. Normally I am afraid of creatures like you, but for some reason I was not afraid of you.
We do prefer to live in harmony with others.
And then he kind of moves up a little bit and kind of whispers, "But whatever you do, I hope you do not bring about the Morion." And then he backs up. Are you hungry? We have food.
Well, it has been a long day. And, it would be nice to experience a different fare for a change.
Well, it is time to take a break. We will set out a meal if you wish to join us. And they all kind of gather around this large rock, and they pull out some packs, and you see they have these kind of crude-looking cups. And they look like they might be some sort of stone, perhaps. Almost like rocks that have been kind of bored, where the center is kind of bored out of them, and they have some sort of dark liquid inside, and then they start pulling out these little pieces of kind of white, kind of this white meat looking stuff, but it's kind of soft, and it looks almost like tofu, but probably a bit tougher than that.
They are inviting us to dinner.
And,
Oh, do I see some mystery meat?
Excellent.
and it says, please, we have some, enjoy. And he sets out basically a couple of cups, those stone cups with the dark liquid, and about 5 of those pieces of tofu-looking meat.
I thank you
It
most
would be
graciously.
rude. It would be rude not to. They are offering us substance.
As you approach, you notice that each of them, on their side, has this giant club. As you get closer, you see that these people they're definitely humanoids, but they're fairly bulky, and they're probably around 7 feet tall. And you also notice that they have this kind of gray skin and almost elf-like ears, but they each have their own kind of deformity. Like you'll notice one of them has like a really big eye. One of them has one of his fingers is kind of bent the wrong direction. One of them has a third leg, and that kind of thing. Each one seems to have a unique deformity, and they're quite ugly.
Hey, this is 182. We are more progressive than that.
Fair enough. It's not like it's the 70s anymore.
Yeah, it's like
Funny.
it's like 120 years ago.
Fair enough.
Darcy doesn't mind. It just makes her more beautiful than everyone else in the room, even more so.
I actually think that they do look at you like you're rather odd looking. You can tell they
Yeah.
kind of look at all of you kind of like, it's like, what strange creatures.
So how
Yeah,
are they
well-
harvesting these?
Cave trolls only have so much to go off of.
Fair enough. What was your question, David?
So how are they harvesting these? Are they chopping them down like trees?
Pretty much. They chop it down, and they seem to be chopping. Then they seem to kind of chop up the pieces and kind of break it down into smaller pieces, and then they kind of bundle it up, kind of like firewood or something like that. And then they put that on their backs and they kind of carry it around. So yeah, they have their massive clubs, and then they have what look like stone axes.
Well, while we do have more travels ahead of us, I would like to offer my assistance in perhaps harvesting some of these mushrooms for you. Given your generosity, I'd love to be able to return the favor.
One of them looks at you and he says, "This is the work of the Enkaji. No need for others to get involved." You see the meat and drink in front of you. Is anybody is anybody partaking, or are you just kind of talking?
Yeah, I'll try it.
All right. So yeah, the
Oh,
mushroom, or the meat itself definitely tastes like mushroom. It looks like it's obviously was cooked in something that kind of made it soft and a bit juicy. The flavor is fairly bland from what you're used to, however. The drink, on the other hand, seems to be some sort of mushroom wine. Although calling it wine is probably underselling its potency. So as you go to drink it, you kind of feel this, this hot burning sensation as you drink it. So go ahead and give me a Constitution save. Given your propensity for drink, I'll say you have advantage.
Okay. It's a Constitution save.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see how this goes. We've seen my great luck with these kinds of rolls. That's not
Okay,
bad.
so yeah, you drink the stuff. It burns as it goes down. It's certainly not the best tasting wine you had, but it's certainly some of the more potent wine that you've had.
I can definitely see that this is an ideal beverage to cap off a hard day of work.
Yes, of course. Judge, are you partaking in anything?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and try the meat and wine.
Okay, so you have the meat. You get the same experience there.
But as they go to reach for it, I will say that in Celestial or whatever that the wine is quite potent. The food is harmless enough.
Well, I definitely try the food, and I will take a sip of the wine. Not.
Okay, you sip it.
He failed his con save and passed out.
Right, just done.
All right, so I'll say since you're just sipping it, you don't have to make a save. 'Cause you're not drinking much of it. That's fine. It is very strong. It does kind of have a mushroom taste to it. What about you, Gizzard?
I'll take it. I'll have a sip.
Okay, so you're sipping it too, or are you gonna have a normal drink?
I'm gonna sip it.
Okay. All right, so you get the same effect. And what about you, Darcy?
Seeing as everyone's trying it, she's like looking at their faces, and then she's going to and here's what Cyclonin says. She says in Celestial, "Does it taste good at all? Like, what is it?"
It is more of a practical beverage if you want to forget your worries. If you are looking for a deliciousness, you could probably find better.
It is not sweet. As we're sitting around eating.
Well, before you do that, let's. I want to see if Darcy samples the food and beverage, and then we'll get to that.
I mean, she's eating the mushroom meat because it looks like tofu, and when she ate it, it was basically just bland mushroom.
Yeah.
So she's like, oh, okay. With the drink, she is just sipping that because it looks unappealing. She's probably sniffed it to see what it smells like.
Yeah. And after sipping it, you're probably glad that you're just sipping it.
Ugh.
All right, Judge, now you can go ahead. What are you doing?
As we're sitting around eating, I go ahead and reach in my backpack and I pull out a ration and share some of our food with them.
Okay, so as you pull out the ration, they all look at it strange. And you see one of them kind of pick it up and sniff it and kind of put it down, and another one kind of pokes at it, the one that was speaking to you first, and to be honest, to you they all have unique deformities, so you can tell them apart. But if it wasn't for that, they would all look the same, if that makes sense. It's very hard for you to to recognize faces and stuff. Anyway, it says, Iman, what sort of creature? And he pokes at the meat. What creature did that come from? I don't recognize it.
I believe it is salted pork, probably from a pig. Actually, can I understand him, or are we
Oh
translating?
yeah, he
through?
says that to you, but you don't understand him.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to communicate with food instead of words.
Yeah.
He does not recognize the meat and would like to know what creature it came from. You wouldn't happen to have minor illusion or something that you could show them.
Just a second. Actually, I don't know if I swapped. Hold on. Oh, I can prestidigitate something for just a short, brief amount of time. I can prestidigitate a small statue or a little figurine of a pig in my hand and hold it out.
All right. So they all look at it curiously, and then one of them just grunts, grabs the whole thing, shoves it in his mouth, and starts chewing. And after chewing for a bit, he kind of takes some of the meat and kind of wipes out his tongue, and he looks at you, Cyclonin, and it says, strong. The flavor, it's so strong. It's like it is like a giant spider has wrestled me to the ground and is sticking its paw, its legs into my mouth.
Yes, the place where we get this food, everybody loves spices, and they try very hard to make food as potently flavorful as possible. They claim it helps them enjoy the eating experience, although it is not the same for everyone.
I am sorry, but it's too much. And he kind of grabs his throat. He kind of rubs the mushroom on his tongue, and you think the thing he's reacting to is, when you dry out the meat, you salt it. There's a lot of, it's very, going to be pretty salty, and he's reacting to that saltiness.
Seeing this, not knowing what was actually said, but just watching his body language, Judge offers him pure, clean water.
Okay, he takes the water and he drinks it, and then he gives it back, and then he says to you, Cyclonin, the water, it is good.
Perhaps it is the salt that you are having an issue with. This particular food is intended to last for a long time for travels. Sometimes it is not possible to harvest food from the area, or there's not enough time for it. And having food that does not spoil easily can be an advantage. Unfortunately, there are some drawbacks to such hardy food.
I see.
Not knowing what's being said, Judge kind of interrupts and says, Cyclonin, tell him I'm sorry for him not liking the meat.
Oh, it is just that I think they are not used to the salt level of it. I'm explaining to him that it is a consequence of food that must keep for much time. But I will pass along your apologies. And I will relay that. And my friend wishes to apologize for the food. He was not expecting it to have that sort of reaction.
I understand. It is to be expected that Iman food would not be the same as in food or Skedi food. It is okay.
I do not know what we have with us, but not all of the food is of similar nature. With that in mind, perhaps next time we meet, we might be able to bring something that's a little more gentle on the palate.
Darcy is going, seeing as he didn't seem to like the meat. She kind of pulls out, basically, I would assume bread.
Yeah, you have bread.
Is the other thing. She'd pull out bread and then like pat on
Ooh,
Cyclone.
Sebastian.
No, I got
Just-
more. I got more. Sebastian only got the first time's bread when we came down here. He did get the new stock of bread.
No, I was gonna say, does he know you're holding out on him?
He has limited biscuits at home. He'll be fine. But yeah, she's gonna like motion at Cyclone, and she's like, perhaps they would like bread more.
That is an excellent idea. All right. May I present this bread to you? This is a much milder flavor than the pork that you had a moment ago. This will probably be more agreeable to you. And it is also from some of the local plant life, not mushrooms, but it should maybe be a somewhat more familiar flavor.
We will try it. And so he takes the bread and kind of breaks it up and gives it to, gives a couple of people some pieces. And the one who had eaten before, had the issue with the meat, kind of tentatively chews on a piece of bread, and then he nods. This is good. This is very flavorful, but it is still good. And he chews on it. So to you, the bread is fairly bland. It has some flavor to it. But you get the impression that to them, it is a very flavorful meal. And as they're eating, the Sketty who talked to you originally, Cyclone, and he seems to think of something. And he looks at you and says, you seek knowledge to the south, you said. Do you seek the Shen Ren? And he looks at you expectantly.
Okay. And he asked if we seek the Shenren.
Do you seek it? Is that what you seek?
That is unfortunately another word that is not familiar to me. If you can describe that, I can.
Let me think. It is it's a strange object. I've never seen it myself, but it is said it is from ancient times, and it is said that object holds within it a great power. I've heard it described as a divine artifact.
In that case, we are most certainly seeking the Shenren.
I see. So perhaps you do bring about the prophecy of the Morion, after all. The question is, are you on the side of salvation or the side of destruction?
We are most definitely on the side of salvation.
I'm not sure why, but I am inclined to believe. And if so, then amongst the Shenbu is the Shen Tong, and you should speak to him.
Okay. And what was the other thing he said right before that?
The Shenren, it's in the chat.
No, basically he said like on the other side of something we should speak to him.
He said among the Shenbu is the Shen Tong. He is the one above. He is descended from the Yon Tong, but he is not him.
And where could we find the Shentong?
He will be in the Enshi. It is it is our home.
And, would you be able to take us there or give us directions to find your home?
We must gather before we can return. But there are several ways to get there. Perhaps the most safe is to continue east until you find the Crystal Caves. Not too far from here. And then travel north. And when the way splits, you head northeast. And then eventually the way will split again and you will head south. But as you head south, the way splits and then head east again. And then continue south. And you will reach the Mist Forest. In the Mist Forest, there will be a cliff that you will have to descend. And from there, you will continue to head south. There are multiple paths, but perhaps the middle path would serve you best. And eventually, if you head south far enough, you will come across a lake and a small river and a waterfall. And then to the west of the lake and south, you will find caves that lead to the Enshi.
That sounds like quite the journey. Is this something you do on a daily basis, or do you only travel to the Enshi periodically?
Well, among the En, we are the Enkaji. We are the gatherers and the wanderers. So we are away for days at a time. However, you will find at the Enshi the Enkan, which stay and care for the place. You might also come across the Enlar, which are those are the hunters. They also gather the crystals as well. Perhaps I should tell you of the Shen? Indeed. Among the Shen, there are the Shenbu, which I have already told you about. But there are the Shinkaji. They are the ones that you've seen in the boats, perhaps, that they go along the rivers. They gather the holy water. And of course, there's the Shen Tong, which I already told you about. Oh, I almost forgot. Forgot to mention the Shen Li. You see, you take the crystals and the holy water, and then you process that. And from that, you make the drink that can be imbibed by those of the Shen. And that drink is what unlocks the Shen Mofa. No.
You're muted, Dave. We can only
If
hear
you are,
Kirby's mic.
if you are not the in-law or the Shinkaji, it is for them to gather, not for you, not for Ima.
Let's see. Well, in that case, I will make sure not to step on anyone's toes, so to speak. We will make sure to maintain our place then.
Everyone among the Skedi, and even among the Iman, you must know your place. It is the only way for us to survive and know any sort of happiness.
And it is all quite enlightening. I thank you for your information.
Of course. I still wonder why I was not afraid. But I am thankful.
Well, I am thankful too for your hospitality and your assistance, and for this excellent meal.
Of course. Well, may your journey be swift. Oh, and I would suggest that you avoid the spiders.
That is the impression that I got. They do look very dangerous.
But if you find the Enlar, you may find them fighting the spiders. They are the ones that keep the numbers down so that we are not overrun. And we use the meat after processes to remove the excess flavor.
I think my companion Tavros would absolutely love that meat, so long as I do not tell him where it is from. He does love surprises.
He is braver than I.
That is one word to use. I might use the word reckless, but he is a faithful companion, so I cannot speak too much ill of him. He is, after all, the greatest warrior of his specific age.
He is a warrior among your people.
He is indeed.
Is he an in-law? Well, no. You have. He would be a Shenmar, wouldn't he?
Perhaps we are not used to thinking in those particular words.
So you notice that they start kind of getting up and packing up. Well, it is time for us to return to our duties. I hope what you said before is true. And they kind of start heading back off to the mushrooms.
May your days be peaceful.
Thank you. Alright, I'll go ahead and take you back to the map.
Well, I do not quite understand half of the conversation I just had. It is amazing that Conglomerate navigated that without difficulty.
Yeah, it was actually very impressive. He showed a cooperation between all of the many personalities he's absorbed.
So, they did give us directions to their home. It sounds that there is a person there. The Shentong will be able to enlighten us.
Is this where this object of power is?
It does not sound like it is, but this sounds like this person may be able to give us information about what we seek. It sounds like we will be traveling a fair distance away from where we sense the power. But with this understanding, I do believe this is the best course of action.
Very well.
So,
See the directions. Lead the way.
so in that case, we are to go east first.
Okay, let me go ahead and bring this back up. Yep. Go ahead and
Of course,
continue.
we'll swing wide of the spider.
Okay, so as you come around, you can see that you've definitely entered the crystal caves. You can see massive crystals, and there's also small crystals as well, but the most massive of the crystals are even larger than the mushrooms. And you also notice as you look up that there are crystals growing from the ceiling, and it's actually enough that the whole area is kind of lit up, even without your lanterns. And you see a group of humanoids doing something with the crystals, like I mentioned before.
So if I understand correctly, these are the Entar. They are hunters and gather the crystals. So while they may be suspicious as well, they are in theory friendly. As we walk by that way, I'll go ahead and try my previous greeting, the hail, friends.
Okay. So, a similar deal. You can, but as you approach, you immediately notice that the sounds of battle as you get within earshot, and you can hear grunts, and you hear some abyssal calls. You hear what sounds like spiders and whatnot. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is you guys get to decide whether you're involved, but for now I'm going to go ahead and have everybody roll initiative, and then you guys can tell me what you want to do.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Well, as long as it's not a damage roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, there's accidentally 2 of me, so
Oh, is there?
yeah.
Oh, fair enough. The same initiative roll too. All right.
Yep.
I'll go ahead
I multiplied.
and remove. And let's see. I think I need to remove conglomerate.
Well, wouldn't that just be... Well, sorry. Wouldn't that be just twice as nice then?
All right. So basically, you, like I said, you hear the sounds of combat, and you hear one of the spiders moving over this direction. I don't know if you can see them. Probably not. And let me turn the grid, make sure that's on. Sorry.
Looks like it is on. I see a faint one.
All right. So one of the spiders moves up and then attacks one of the other creatures. Nobody seemed to have noticed you guys yet. All right, so that's a 23. So that is a hit. So in that case, go ahead and do his damage. Okay, so he takes 38 points of damage and is prone. There it is. Alright, so that's him.
If we are at risk of revealing our true form, helping these creatures might be a good way to get on their good side.
Alright, so you
I
see.
would not wish to be involved with something directly. We have perhaps a long way to go.
Are we talk to us about what he had said? Were you doing some translating or just talking to him in Abyssal?
It would have been mostly in Abyssal, but I'd have followed up afterwards with that stuff, talking about going to the village and following this route.
Alright, if you mentioned anything about everyone has their own place, Judge would say that it might be considered stepping on one's toes to fight Litter Battle. Perhaps we see if they are thing, or shall we just walk in? Or do we stay out? What do you think is the best for their society's
That I do not know, but we are sort of hunters in our own way.
That is true.
All right, Darcy, you can definitely hear some combat happening. You heard some screams and you heard some spiders. So what are you going to do? And if you say run away, that's fine as well. So you get the
She doesn't want any part of that because she's fought them before and she knows how much of a pain in the butt they can be. And basically she's like, it's not our fight. And if we have a journey to go on, we need to conserve our energy because we don't know, besides giant spiders, what else could be out there.
Fair enough. So I'm taking then you're just going to kind of back off.
Oh yeah, she don't want no part of that. Not her fight. I want no smoke.
Fair enough. Before I go on with the fight, I should just go ahead and ask, what's everybody else's intentions? Is everybody else's intentions to back off, or are you guys actually going to do things on your turn?
Well, I feel that saying we bring salvation and then not helping people does not exactly make our words ring true. Also, I do not know that that this is something that is quite so class specific. These are hunters, but they did mention that warriors are known as Enlar, I believe, or at least that's the impression I got based on talking about Davros, and that he would probably be a Shenlar, which sounds like a godling warrior. So, if we do go by roles, this does sound like the kind of thing that one would normally do, and we do have the benefit of, almost a half a dozen potential allies?
If your intention is to combat these spiders, I am with you.
Okay.
And you fight without me.
Crit.
And Gizzard, what is your opinion?
I think we should help them out. But these things are very scary.
Well, Darcy, perhaps it is wise for you to maintain your distance. Here is the map.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and continue for now, and then you guys decide what to do on your turn.
What do you think, Lyconin? What do you think we could help them?
I am inclined to help them. And there are enough of them fighting that our presence could turn the tide of this battle. How many did you encounter last time?
How many spiders? Or how many of the...
2 spiders, 2
Two
bugs,
spiders.
2 rock monsters, and 2 more of some other hideous thing.
Like a giant
Yeah.
worm, I think.
Yes,
Something like
giant
that.
worms. Yeah, it
It's
was
like
a myriad
2
of
rock
horror.
centipedes and a giant worm or caterpillar type thing.
Yes, it was very terrible.
It's not damage. Hold on. Manage. Alright, so where are you? Hold on. Oh, okay, so... Alright. Alright, he's going to spend his action to get up. And then attack. Okay. Large spear. Attack. Attack. Damage. And that's crit. Alright, so that is 43. Okay, Judge. So you hear the sound of combat. You know, you hear screams. You hear someone get slammed into the ground. You hear voices in Abyssal seem to be coordinating with each other. So what are you gonna do? Oh, and it's all coming from this direction.
Okay. Judge is going to go ahead and move up this way. Holy crap, there's more stuff. Using a bonus action, he is going to activate Blade Song.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and click on that then.
I still do not see the combat.
You definitely hear it coming from this direction. Looks like you're out of movement, though.
Oh, yeah. I have. That's all the farther I can move there.
Yeah. So, yeah, you
Okay.
actually just started seeing people.
Okay. Do I still have my action left?
Yeah, I guess so. If you didn't need to spend a dash action to get there.
I don't think so. I lost track. Okay. Okay. He's targeted.
7, 8. So is your movement 40?
Yeah, with the Blade Song augment.
Okay,
it's
yeah,
40.
then you're fine.
Okay. Okay, he's targeted. I'm going to.
You notice that spider is actually almost dead. You can see he's bleeding. He's lost some legs.
Oh, yes, I can. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and
Um.
click on your attack.
Yeah, I'm still gonna attack him.
Unfortunately, he is prone. No, he's not prone, but so you have an advantage or disadvantage. So, yep, that just misses the ground nearby. Or hits the ground nearby.
Okay. That is.
All right,
it for me.
hit the turn ready. All right, so now it's another spider. So this spider did see that, and but he's going to attack a nearby friendly or nearby enemy. All
Izard, I don't suppose you would be willing to provide me with some haste, would you?
I will try my best.
You might want to step away from Darcy before doing so, just in case.
Will do. Oh,
So that spider hits the one of the sketty for 49 points of damage and knocks him.
Yikes, those are some bonkers numbers.
Like I said, if you decide you want to flee instead, you can do so. Alright, so the sketty, who is knocked prone, now spends half his movement to stand up. And he is going to disengage as an action, and then he's going to move around the spider to the other side. Alright, Gizzard. So, it looks like everything's dark for you. Do you want a lamp? Do you have a lamp or something?
I should have a lamp. Let me double check, but I'd be surprised. But yeah, I have a lamp.
Alright, I'm assuming you want it on, so there you go.
Yes.
Alright, so you can definitely hear the sounds of battle from this direction. I don't know, I don't think you can see any of it, so
step
what are you gonna do? Oh, now you can see
I'm gonna
some of
step once and then haste Cyclone in.
it. And you're gonna what?
haste Cyclonin,
Okay. Go ahead and click.
and
All right.
then I have flumps.
Okay, so 1d6 flumps.
One.
One flump appears nearby, and he is frightened of you. So he immediately starts running away from you directly into the battle.
Not a
Alright.
wise move there.
Yeah.
All right,
I think
is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have fun with your.
All right, Cyclonin, you are hasted. There you go. You were hasted. So what are you gonna do? So you can see several people engaged with the spider. You can see that the spider between them is almost dead. Well, relatively speaking, anyway. Okay.
You're muted if you're talking, Dave.
How tall are these spiders?
They are. I think they're large creatures. So they're probably a good 15 feet high.
All right, I'll just stick with ground level then. I'm gonna go ahead and
You can reach them with your weapons. So you can run up and hit them from below.
yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and move here with the echo, and I'm gonna start attacking using the echo. I'm also gonna call out an abyssal. We wish to help you defeat the spiders.
Okay.
And start with my first attack here.
Fair enough.
Oh, let's see. I guess I'll go ahead and target him. So let's see. Fire off with. Oh, why don't I target? Yep, there we go. That actually.
Okay. You basically strike the underside, but the hard carapace, you don't strike it well enough. You kind of slide across it. Don't do any damage.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and try my second attack. Oh, that's what's.
That one, however, does find a chink in the armor and strike and hit. So, all right. So digs in for 7 points of damage, which does seem to hurt it. You notice it's kind of bleeding from the hole you made.
All right. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use Unleash Incarnation to get another attack on this thing.
Okay. Oh, I should. Dang it! I should have had you do that before. You should have advantage because this thing's flanked. Sorry about that. I totally spaced it.
All right. Well, I'll live, or not, maybe. Let's see. So for the Unleash Incarnation attack, well, I'll roll that one at advantage then.
Okay, a hit.
Okay. That's more like it.
All right, a solid 11 points.
All right, so that's my first attack, extra attack, the Unleash Incarnation. I'm gonna go ahead and use the haste attack now to try to hit that thing again.
All right. That's a hit. All right. You get basically in the same wound. You manage to hit him again and wrench him for another 8 points of damage, causing him bleeding.
I'm gonna go ahead and fire off the action surge here.
Okay. Click on that.
All right, and so I'm gonna go ahead and attack it again.
You hit. You got close enough. I will just tell you their AC is 18.
All right, re-rolling.
Okay. So what's the total? Oh, 8. Okay. So another solid strike. It's that same spot. It's very nearly dead now.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. That's yeah, it's only one. Oh no, I'm on an action surge, so I get my extra attack now. Advantage.
And unfortunately, you managed to scrape off the carrots.
I'm gonna go ahead and unleash another incarnation, which will be the last one I can do this round. And go ahead, attack.
Solid hit.
Re-rolling. Whoop. That.
All right, with that 9 points of damage, it's close, but you do manage to take out the first spider of the battle.
All right. And I think that is me having run out of attacks, so I will, let's see, end my turn.
All right. So now you see another spider who flank one of the Sketty and attack with advantage. He's going to do his slam with advantage. He gets a crit. Does 50 points of damage to the Sketty, and the Sketty dies. Alright, and you hear the other the Sketty right next to your Echo Cyclonen scream out in rage and rush right for the spider that killed his ally. And you can see his massive spear that he strikes at the thing twice. Hitting once in his rage, missing the second blow, and he manages to get 15 points of damage off the thing as he strikes between the plates. And then the other thing he does is, goodness, he moved. He did that. Okay, that's his turn then. Okay, one of the other spiders kind of moves north and attacks the Sketty nearby here. So let's do that. Tries to slam him in the ground, and he succeeds, doing 30 points of damage. And that Sketty is prone. Prone, where is it? There it is. Alright, Darcy, you started to back off from the battle, but your allies have all run in and started participating. Have you changed your mind?
Nope. She just moves a little bit. That's about it. She's basically like, I didn't want to do this. They chose to do it. If they die, that's their fault. I'll be over here.
Fair enough. Hit enter and ready. All right. So this spider is seeing the Cyclonen took out his friend, or at least the Echo did, runs up to attack. He's going to attempt to slam it. With the 17, does that hit your Echo?
Yep, so it is dead.
All right, so you see him grab the echo to pick him up, but as soon as as soon as mandibles crush it, it just disappears, and you get the sense the spider's actually disappointed. All right, so this Sketty is going to move into flanking positions and attack one of the other spiders. Alright, so he has 2 attacks with advantage. Alright, he hits both. Nope, he misses one, so he hits 1. That's 21 points of damage to the spider. So the prone Sketty is going to get up. And then he is going to hit and move with the rest of his movement and then attack. He's going to use his cursed eye. You see open one of his eyes and stare at the spider. And the spider needs to make a DC 14 charisma save.
Well, those spiders are charismatic.
And the spider makes it. Sucks to be him. Alright, the other spider is going to attack the one of the Sketty. It's going to slam him into the ground. But he completely whiffs it. Alright, Judge. You've seen the battle happening. You saw one of the Sketty get killed. What are you going to do?
Let's see here. First thing he's going to do is to move a little bit so you can see what's going on. Alright. I can see him.
So you can see that the spiders around look like they're fairly good shape, although you do see the corpse of one spider that was killed, and you see the corpse of one Sketty that was killed.
Okay, I'm going to finish my movement to right here. Calling on Zertos.
Alright, he's flanked.
This first attack is going to go ahead and be a Blooming Blade attack.
Okay. You have advantage.
Right.
That is a hit.
Alright. Now for normal damage.
So 9
And
from
then
Alright. Oh, wrong screen. Okay, another 6 from
6
blade.
thunder.
6 plus what?
6 plus 9.
Yeah.
9 piercing and 6 thunder damage.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my second swing with Zertos.
It's a miss. It's basically, it skims across the carapace. It does no damage. Their AC is 18.
Alright. And then bonus action attack. I guess I got nothing else.
Okay. That does it.
Alright.
Alright, so 10 points.
Yep. And that would be it for me.
Yeah, it definitely noticed you attacking it. So, alright, so this spider is going to attack the weaker of the Sketty. Oops, not damage. I need to do the attack first. Gonna try to do a slam. He grabs him, slams him into the ground. Does 26 damage, and the Sketty is prone. Okay, so that's that spider. Sketty was just knocked down, spends half his movement to get back up, and then picks up his club his spear and attacks the spider. Oops, why do I keep doing that? He has advantage because he's flanked. Alright, so both are solid hits. Alright, does 32 points of damage to this way. Alright, Gizzard, the fight continues. What are you gonna do? You notice that Darcy is just kind of hanging out and not participating. So what are you gonna do?
Alright, I'm gonna move forward. Let's see. I feel like we're doing pretty well. I'm going to... I might magic missile the spider.
Okay, go for it.
Alright, that's one-folded.
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 9. And oh, okay. 9 and then Ray of Frost.
Okay.
Because I get an extra action apparently.
Yep.
And
That
does
hits.
it hit? That's damage. 8.
Alright, 8 points. Let's see. On a hit, cold damage and speed is reduced by 10 feet until the beginning of your next turn. Alright, I should remember that because it's gonna move.
That's useful. Right, Cyclone, you're up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and throw out another echo.
Alright.
And I can see that there's a deep spider just to the north of it.
Yeah, and the spider is flanked, so if you attack that spider, you'd have advantage.
So, yep, I will go after that one. Let's see, back over the chat.
And the AC is 18. So that's not a hit. It bounces off the carapace.
Okay, rolling my extra attack.
That one is a hit. Okay, you smash it for 12 points of damage with your extra, or stab it for 12 points of damage.
Alright, and then, let's see, and I already used the bonus action for, oh, I get an extra attack because of the haste, so I guess I'll go ahead and use that.
You hit.
Re-rolling.
Okay. You managed to find another opening and stab it, more blood pours out.
Alright, Darcy, I know you do not want to get involved, but if you can... never mind, there's too much risk of friendly fire. I'm gonna go ahead and move here so that I can see better what's going on.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, so now the spider is definitely flanked by 3 different things. So the spider is going... Oh, I completely forgot about that. Oh well, we'll do it next time. Alright, so he is going to try to bite the judge. He's trying to slam him into the ground. But with a 3, the judge easily dodges out of the way. Then the Sketty, seeing the advantage it has with the flanking, is going to attack. He with advantage each time. The first attack fails to land. Second attack finds an opening, digs in for 15 points of damage. Come on. this spider to the south, seeing the weakened Sketty, sees its opening and is going to attempt to slam him to the ground and finish the job. But the Sketty dodges. Alright, Darcy. Back to you. What are you going to do, if anything?
Observe with her spyglass from a distance, and that is all.
Why are there two of you? Okay, the other's gone.
I don't know. I'm duplicating.
Alright.
I'm
One of them
multiplying.
wasn't enough to give Cyclone enough sass.
That's right. She made another one of herself just so she can double commentary on this event.
Alright.
So yeah, you're not the only one who can echo.
Exactly.
Alright, hit
Double
enter and
judgment.
Alright.
How bad and or good does the fight seem to be going in her friend's favor according to her observations?
From what the limited view you can see from there, you do know at least one of the spiders is dead. Not all you can
There
really
you go.
tell from there. You could always get closer. You can see.
Nah.
Alright. So this spider moves up to attack the Echo. It's going to use its multi-attack instead of its slam this time. So the 17 is enough to hit, right?
Yep, so it's gone.
Okay, so that's that spider. Alright, the Sketty is going to continue to wail away at the spider since he has a place of advantage. So both of those are hits. So he gets 2 quick attacks for 28 damage on the spider. Then the Sketty down here that the spider is attempting to knock down. He isn't, he's not standing there, so he's going to try to use his evil eye. And that will make the spider have to take a charisma save. The spider fails. So the spider then will take 68 psychic damage.
Oh, that's painful.
Alright, so the spider, you see some weird high-pitched noise comes from the spider as it kind of twitches, all its limbs twitches. Yep, that's what happens there. Then the spider has one of the Sketty flanked, so he is going to attempt to knock him, to slam him to the ground with advantage. Alright, and the Sketty dodges. Alright, Judge. You see that you still have the spider flanked. It's about, it's basically bloody. What are you gonna do?
Okay. Let's see here. Can you see my line?
Yeah.
Okay. That would hit both spiders, but not this guy right here.
Sure. If you were at the beginning of that line, that is.
Yes. So I'm going to take one step to move there,
Okay.
and then I am going to cast Agnar Scorcher.
Okay.
Just make sure to get back into position afterwards.
They both make it, so they take half damage, so go ahead and roll damage.
Ready?
So that looks like 6 damage.
Much less effective than what I wanted. And then I'm going to... Oh, yeah. Okay, I don't need to place that anywhere. And then I'm going to step back over here. And... let's see, he's there. He's
Yeah,
there.
that's your movement and your action.
Yep, that's all I can do right now. I'm kind of stuck.
Alright, hit enter and ready.
Trying.
Alright, so the spider over here has the Sketty flanked, so he's going to try to slam him in the ground with advantage. He succeeds. So the Sketty takes 22 points of damage and is knocked prone. Alright, so the the Sketty on the other side loses his advantage because his ally is now prone, but is still going to attack.
Does he? 'Cause, I mean, the ally can still attack and is in the threatened position.
Yeah, I don't think flank affects or is affected by prone things. I'll double check. Requires one person between opposite sides. Must be able to. Okay, no, it does. Okay, fair enough. So he still has advantage. Both are hits. So 28 points of damage to the spider. Alright, Gizzard. The fight rages on. Now that it's your turn, the slow effect goes away, so I'm not going to get rid of that. But yeah, you can definitely see the spider nearest you is still quite healthy. So what are you going to do?
They were immune. Do I remember they were immune to hold person?
Because they're not people; they're basically monsters.
Oh, that's right. Well, they were immune to my Snakes of Parika. I remember they were immune to paralysis.
Oh, okay.
Am I wrong?
I believe that's what you saw, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mm.
And
Hey,
one
your
thing
haste is
I've been
still on, right?
forgetting that you guys would remember, but I haven't been using it, is they're actually resistant to magic. So they actually take half damage from magic.
Oh, okay.
The Scorcher was so low already that it doesn't really matter that much. But
Yeah,
now that
I
I
was-
remembered it's there, now we know. Anyway, go ahead, Gizzard.
Wait, Dave, how much longer is your haste?
I think another 8 rounds.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you break the
Then,
concentration early, then I'm gonna get
Yeah, I'm
stunned
not
for a
going
round.
to. I'm not going to. I'm gonna magic missile again. This deep spider.
Okay. So now that we remembered the resistance, that means that, yeah, you'll basically do half damage.
Cool.
But it's still guaranteed damage.
Oh yeah. I already forgot that. I guess. Oh well, that's my way of really doing damage. So very little damage.
For the next minute,
That's
any
okay.
flammable object you touch that isn't worn or carried by another creature bursts into flames. Okay. Nothing around you right now.
Oh. Are the spiders flammable?
That would be
They are
that would be a
furry.
creature, so no, so that doesn't count. It's specifically designed to be useless in combat.
Yeah, I guess so. Alright. I'm also gonna move back a bit. I do not want to deal with that.
Fair enough.
And Cyclone.
All right, Cyclonin. You can see that this spider is bloodied. You can see this spider is slightly hurt, and this spider that's flanked is hurt quite bad. What are you gonna
I think the best thing I can do right now is I'm gonna get closer and let's see, 15. Pop my echo there. Get a little closer and yeah, close enough. I'm gonna go ahead and
He's
attack.
inside the thing, so I'll just there you go.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and attack this spider that's fairly
Okay.
low. Sooner we can get that down, that's gonna help the whole combat in general. So,
Yep, go for it.
so go ahead and attack. Oh, switch back over to me and the chat. Attacking advantage because it's flanked.
That hits. But thanks to the
Alright.
one.
Yeah. Rerolling.
All right, that's a much better hit. Find a weak spot and hit him for 12 points of damage.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and hit with my extra attack.
That does not hit. It hits the carapace.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and use a Unleash Incarnation on this. Go ahead and so roll the Unleash Incarnation attack.
That hits. Okay. Another hit to the weak spot for 8 points.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use my haste attack now.
Hit again. All right, 12 points. Good hit.
All right, and then my final thing is I'm going to burn one last Unleash Incarnation to use with that attack action from the haste to do one last hit.
Good.
Or an attempt anyway.
You hit.
Re-rolling for sure.
All right. You get a modest hit, but he's still bleeding profusely.
All right, and I'll stay right here.
All right, so now the spider is standing between Judge and Sketty. So basically, the spider is going to use one action to disengage. It's going to use its movement to climb on top of the mushroom because it has a 50 climb speed. From there, you see that's its movement action. So yeah, you can see that it seems to be crouching like it's getting ready to pounce. The Sketty, being unable to hit the thing anymore, which is on top of the mushroom, is going to step away and flank this other spider and attack. It hits twice. For, what would that be? 34 points of damage. Okay. The spider down to the south is still trying to get that stubborn Sketty into the ground and dead. But again, the Sketty dodges. Alright, Darcy. What are you gonna do?
If I had popcorn, I'd be eating it.
Okay, hit and turn ready then. Alright, so it's this spider. I'm gonna roll a d6. If I get a 1 to 3, it is going to go toward Gizzard. If I roll higher than that, okay, it's going toward Gizzard.
Lovely.
Alright, so it's going to spend its first action moving, and it's going to spend its second action, but it's out of actions. Sketty, between the spiders, spends half his movement to stand up. And he's going to attack the weaker spider first
Yes.
with advantage. He's going to hit. So that will be 16 against that spider. So he stabs it in the thorax, and the thing falls over, bleeds. He then spins around and attacks the second spider with advantage.
And I'll call out excellent attack.
He hits. And does 20 points of damage as he finds a weak spot and stabs it. Alright. And then the Sketty to the south continues. Actually, no, he doesn't. He's going to disengage. He is going to move to flank the other spider, and that's his actions. The deep spider in between all these things is going to attack the weakest target, and is going to attempt to slam him to the ground. He succeeds, doing 23 points of damage and knocking the Sketty prone.
This is difficult, but I think we can prevail.
Alright, Judge.
Actually, I just realized something. Spells like Revivify and stuff don't work on us gods, but they still have a point in this world.
Yeah.
Are the ones that are down making death saves? Like, where's that one Sketty who dropped?
That's actually
He only
a good
dropped
point.
2 rounds ago.
I would
He only
say
dropped-
that, yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, he's basically, in fact, let me go ahead and do that. Yeah, this is an NPC sheet, so it doesn't really have it, so I'll just go ahead and make one for him.
But yeah, he didn't drop long enough to go to fail all 3 death
Yeah,
saves, so he should
no,
still
he's still technically bleeding out.
Alright, where is he exactly?
Basically where this
Oh.
blood pile is.
Oh, right there. Okay, cool. Judge is gonna pull a kind of a wanger here. He's gonna point at this crumpled body, and he's going to say, "Live, live, and fight." Come on, do it. There we go.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I take 20 damage, and he gets 40 points of health. He's up.
Alright, so he does. Alright, so yeah, everybody kind of sees that, and you kind of hear whispers of shock, you know, and Cyclonin, you hear, has been brought back from the grave. Alright, Judge, so that's your spell. Are you doing anything else this turn?
Yeah, that's it for me.
I think we're going to call that a good PR move.
Extra players on the field.
Yeah.
Too bad I couldn't speak Abysmal. They didn't understand my really cool call.
Fair enough. Alright.
I guess I could have done it and taken the credit.
Ow.
Alright, so another Sketty walks up to the already surrounded spider and attacks with advantage. Hitting it both times. With really low numbers, but still manages to do 20. Wow, those are terrible rolls. Alrighty, Cyclonin, I mean, sorry, not Cyclonin, Gizzard, there's a spider right next to you, and Darcy, what are you gonna do?
Oh boy. Well, let's
one thing you have to keep in mind as you plan your action is that the spider still has his reaction.
Yes, he does. Man, this is no good for me. I'm gonna disengage,
Okay, so that's an action.
which should take my bone benefit, right? Oh, that's a full action.
Oh yeah, disengage is a full action. You can still move after.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
So you can do your full movement.
Yeah, I am. Alright, it's not been the wisest. But okay. Alright, that's my turn.
All right. Cyclone. You definitely see the spider surrounded. There's another spider to the south here that is full health. The third spider is still hanging out on top of the mushroom, and then the fourth spider you've lost sight of. So what are you gonna do?
Well, I'm going to help take out the weakest of the spiders, not with that attack. So now I'm going to go ahead and use my extra attack.
That's a hit. All right, 10 points. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you managed to get a good solid hit in.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus, or I mean my haste attack on and miss. Now I'm going to use my bonus action attack to smack with the other side of my glaive.
Okay. Nope. Just hits the carapace.
All right. Well, I guess that's about it for me then. I'll go ahead and.
All right. So the spider that was on top of the mushroom jumps down, then attempts to grab the sketty and toss him on the ground. Oh, actually, he was attacking. That doesn't matter. All right. So he hits. Doing 25 points of damage and knocking him back to the ground. Then the sketty next to this other spider is going to attack with a spear with advantage. Not damage, advantage. Hits both times. For 29 damage total, which is enough to finally stab him twice. The second hit goes clean through, and he pulls out the giant spear, and the spider collapses. Oh, that's his turn.
Haha, we shall prevail.
Then the spider to the south is going to move up to the prone sketty, and because the sketty is prone, he is going to bite twice with advantage. And he hits both times. For, what would that be, 38 damage, killing the sketty.
And I am going to call out, focus fire on the weakest spider.
All right, Darcy, there's a spider right next to you, and it does not have its reaction anymore because it attacked Gizzard. Oh, no, it didn't. Gizzard, never mind. Gizzard
Disengage.
did disengage, so he still has his reaction. So what are you going to do?
Turn invisible.
Okay, go ahead and cast a spell. Oh, and we can make your token invisible. Let's see, invisible, there it is. Okay, and let's see, so that is your action. What else are you going to do?
She's going to move away from the creature.
Okay, so as you're going to move away, you discover that the creature has tremor sense and takes his attack of an opportunity. Which, with a 19, I believe that's a hit, correct?
Yes.
So he does. He basically manages to bite you for 22 damage, but you are still able to move.
Ah! Let me move!
These things do have solidity to them. That's why you can't go through.
Okay. Wait, how many was that?
Invisibility get interrupted if you get attacked? Or
Wait.
I think it's concentration.
Yeah, it's concentration.
Oh, okay, so go ahead and give me, what is it, a Constitution save?
Hold on. So,
Let's see, 5e, concentration.
The
Like a
the
D10
save
half
is either
damage.
no,
I mean-
it's either a DC 10 or half the damage, so they'd
Whichever
be
is
either a
higher,
10 or
yeah.
11. Yeah.
I just left out a letter.
So that's a DC 11 for you.
okay. Oh, dang it, I just closed the thing I needed. Open up sheet. Constitution? What is it, just a check or a saving throw? What
It's
is
a
it?
save.
Okay.
Okay, so you're still invisible. Alright, you can finish out your movement and then hit turn and ready.
I think that's all of my movement.
35, if that's your movement, then yeah, you're done.
Yep.
Okay. Hit and turn and ready then.
How much damage did I receive?
22.
Okay.
Unfortunately for you, it definitely hurt you moving away. See, with Tremor Sense, it's not going to necessarily know your exact position, so I'm going to go ahead and give it disadvantage. But it's going to attempt to slam you into the ground. But with the crit fail, it definitely does not work. But it's right behind you. You basically, it clawed right above your head. You know, it's like okay, I know where you are. I'm just a little too high. All right. So which one are you? All right. So Sketty, as he passes by the Echo, not really knowing any better. He says in Abyssal, thank you, we'll talk after the fight. And then heads to the next fight.
Oh, the weaker one.
Attack. Alright, those are both hits. Alright, so what is that? 20, 30 points of damage. Alright, so the prone Sketty is going to get up using half his movement. He is then going to disengage, and then he is going to move the other half south in order to flank the other spider. Alright, Judge. So the spider here is bloodied. The spider here is not quite bloodied yet. You hear some screaming that sounds a lot like Darcy coming from the south. So what are you going to do?
I'm going to do it again. This guy here, well, I think there's another guy standing on top of him, but this guy here.
Sorry, say that one more time a little louder. What are you doing?
This guy here, I think there's somebody else standing on top of him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right here.
Yep. Live and fight. Yep. I can't hear you. You're muted. I can hear you through Jeremy's mic.
All right, standing behind Judge, I'm going to yell in Abyssal, live and fight.
All right, so he gets 18 times 2 is 36
Yeah, I already
hit
had it.
points, and I'll take 18.
All right.
See, I'm pretty close to this guy, and he doesn't have anybody else to attack. I'm going to bonus action. Misty Step 2 right there. That'll be
Alright. Alright, so this Sketty is going to move around the spider and attack with advantage. He gets a crit and a hit. So he does 50 points of damage to the spider. Alright, Gizzard. You definitely heard a scream or something from this direction, kind of like Darcy's. And you also see a spider, but that bit the air, right over here. He just kind of bit the air, right in this spot, right, but didn't get anything. So what are you gonna do?
Interesting. I'm gonna move towards our friends and pew him with a ray of frost, I think.
Which one are you doing the Ray of Frost against?
This one.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. It dodges.
Well, that's my turn.
All right, Cyclonin. You can see that the number of spiders is definitely greatly decreased. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to go ahead and run my Echo right past and in front of this spider. I'm going to go ahead and move over here and start attacking this spider, the other spider that everybody's ganged up on.
Okay.
Since they didn't want to fight the weaker spider.
You hit. All right, solid 10 points of damage as you get between those plates.
All right, so with my extra attack, I'm going to go ahead and attack again.
Okay, you get a solid hit. Okay, attack the same spot again for another 9 points of damage.
All right, then with my haste attack, I'll go ahead and hit again.
All right, you hit again. All right, same spot, same damage. Starts bleeding profusely, but still alive.
All right. And I guess finally I'll use my bonus action to smack it with the other end of my glaive.
All right. You got a crit.
And of course that's the one I get the crit on.
Of course it is. All right, 11 points. So after really smacking it really hard, you hear it cracking, but it's still alive somehow.
Finish this one off. In Abyssal.
All right. So the deep spider then is going to attack try to slam the Echo into the ground. He does so, destroying the Echo. and then it's going to spend its movement to kind of get in place.
Is it okay for it to step over that other guy?
I'll just do that.
Okay.
All right, and then this Sketty is, well, being in range of this spider, he's just going to turn around and attack it. And actually, he's going to do the evil eye. He's going to do the evil eye against the spider. So the spider has to make a charisma save. He does not make it. So then the spider is going to take 68 psychic damage. The spider takes 29 damage. And you notice that despite the resistance to magic, this psychic damage seems to be able to pass through that. Okay. So then the spider that is surrounded, he is going to attack. He's going to attack the figure that is currently prone, and he's going to attack twice with advantage, trying to take him out. Okay, the first one's a hit. The second one somehow the prone figure rolls the dice. The prone figure takes 21 damage, but he survives. You would probably not have survived had that. Alright, Darcy, you are invisible, but the spider does have a sense of where you are, and if you move due to its tremor sense, it will probably be able to follow you. So what are you going to do?
Mage Hand rocks away from me to make the tremor sense trigger over here.
Okay, so you're trying to make him sense that that's you. So I'm going to go ahead and have you make a deception check.
All right. Where are you? Where'd you go? There it is. Boop.
Oh, that makes it easy. Yep, okay, that seems to work, and his attention definitely goes that direction.
Darcy's such a good liar.
Yep.
Alright, so that was your action. You still have movement left, or are you going to sit still?
I'm just gonna wait it out.
Good idea. Alright. Alright, so the spider here is immediately going to go over that area, and he's going to bite this direction. Obviously, he's not going to hit anything, so I'm not going to roll, but he is currently facing away from you. Alright, the Skitty here is going to attack the spider with advantage. Okay, both of those hit. So that is 29 damage. The spider had 5 hit points, so that spider is completely destroyed. Alright, the prone figure is going to spend half his movement to get up. And at this point, he is going to kind of spend the rest of his movement to kind of loop around. And then, because they can do the evil eye at range, he is going to, or the cursed eye, he is going to attempt that. I should have been rolling it that way all along, because it's a lot easier. He fails his save, so he takes full damage. So 19 points of psychic damage. Okay. Alright, so this one is going to attack since it's already in range. Attack twice with the spear. Both hits. So 27 points of damage to the spider, killing it. Alright, Judge, you can hear a spider moving in this direction. But I don't know if you can see
I can actually see it. I can see like 3/4 of it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Ah, victory draws close.
I'm going to go ahead and down here. Just call it right there. And okay. As I run over. 8. Okay. Let me measure. Oh, easy. Okay. How big are these spiders?
They're large, so they're probably about 10 to 15 feet tall, from top to bottom, and probably around 10 feet in length.
I have 2 choices here, and I'm kind of leery. These spiders, they're ground spiders. They're running around kind of like tarantulas, but have I seen them spinning webs?
You have seen webs as you were climbing, in the mushrooms, as you were moving around the environment. You haven't seen these guys spin webs, but it's, it might be them spinning the webs.
Okay. Wait a second. That's going to be DC 16.
You haven't seen them actually use webbing as an attack.
Okay. Alright, in that case, I'm just going to attack it. First, I thought I might tangle it in webs, but I think I am just going to attack it.
Okay.
Pointing my hand, making sure I don't hit. Can I do this to make sure I don't hit this guy or gizzard? Do I have to
Depends
move
on the
one?
nature of the spell. If it's a line, then you hit everything in the line. If it's
Alright,
hitting a single target, then yeah, you can avoid hitting your friends.
In that case, I'm going to move my next 20 feet.
Okay.
Here, actually, here. Oh, 15, 20. That would be perfect. Now nobody is in the way.
Go ahead and draw the line for me. If you're doing a line spell,
Oh wait, hold on.
or you could just do it with the measuring thing.
There we go.
Because your spell, if it's a spell, it'll automatically tell you to place it, right? So just do it that way.
All right. Okay, cast spell.
Yeah. I have a specific reason for asking.
I don't
And
know
it's
how
not
to.
that I don't think you can hit it. That's not the reason.
Yeah, I don't know how to turn this.
You just hit
Angle it,
place measure
spin it.
template, and then you should be able to do it.
Well, yeah, I can place measure template, but it's only horizontal. I can't make an angle.
Oh, okay. That's annoying. Okay, I saw your other line, so that's fine. Well, that's fine. Just go ahead and that's obnoxious. We'll have to figure that out. All right, go ahead and we'll see it make it save. All right, it fails. So go ahead and roll damage. All right, so it takes 19 damage, and what else happens? Lightning bolt, 100 feet long.
Just to clarify how you were trying to make the line, did you click on that little L-shaped angling thing right below the peg and then go ahead and pick the ray template from the other menu?
No, what happens is I click on the spell, and then I click to cast, and then as soon as I move my cursor back over the battle map, it's just there, and I can't move my cursor anywhere because this horizontal line just follows my cursor.
But that's fine. I got the answer I was looking for. So, oh yeah, there it worked. But anyway,
Okay,
yeah, I
I
got my
don't
answer.
know how to do that.
Okay. So you definitely hit it. If it had flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried, it would do stuff, but it's not really happening. You notice that these mushrooms. You've seen fire hit them, and they don't seem to be especially flammable. So yeah, that's basically all that happens. Unfortunately, the 8d6 roll wasn't the highest ever, but it's 19 damage.
Yeah, it was still something. All right, that's.
All right. So this guy is going to start moving in this direction. So he's going to stay there. Let's see if he's in range. He is not. So he's going to move closer. But stop. All right, Izzard. So you see, there's one spider left, but he's still pretty healthy. What are you going to do?
Let's check. Alright. The same dude. I'm just gonna throw away a frost at it. No need to waste more spell slots when they're not even very impactful in this
Okay.
fight.
That hits.
Okay. And
So he takes 4 points,
then I move backwards to let them do their thing.
but he is by 10 feet. Come on, let me do the thing. There we are. Cool. All right, Cyclonin. There's one spider left. He's still fairly robust. What are you gonna do?
Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead. Oops. First off, I might want to get out of template mode there. Let me see. How's this all gonna shake out? Whoop. I'm still in the wrong mode. There we go. I'm gonna pull up behind Judge. I'm gonna go ahead and use a bonus action to summon the Echo, which I will then move in range to attack the spider.
Okay.
And so, oops. Okay. So my first attack. Hey, I'll take it.
Crit. You really find the ultimate weak spot, at least for you, doing 24 points of damage. Spider squeeze.
That's probably the best attack I'll ever do with the glaive. Alright. Well, with my extra attack, I'll go ahead and attack again.
This
And
time,
make up
unfortunately,
for-
don't hit the same spot.
I'll go ahead and use the haste attack.
Okay, good. Alright, 7 points. It's definitely a different spot. Not quite as good, but still damage.
Alright, and let's see, I didn't use too much movement with the Echo. I'm going to go ahead and, since it attacked, I'm going to go ahead and pull back to kind of get the spider in range of the others, hoping that was enough to aggro it.
Fair enough. Alright, the Sketty is going to go down, and he is in range, so he's going to use his evil eye. Alright.
Spider almost made it.
And the spider takes 32 points of psychic damage. Alright, Darcy. You can see the spider has been distracted by all the figures attacking it, and doesn't seem to be paying attention to you. However, it does have tremor sense, so if you want to try moving away without a disengage, I would have you make a stealth check.
She is just going to disengage because,
No,
might as
roll
well.
it then. Okay, go ahead. And
Although you still might want to do the stealth anyway.
I mean,
That's
yeah.
true, so it doesn't know where you're going. Yeah, go ahead and make a stealth check. Because he has tremor sense, I'll say you do not have advantage, just a regular stealth check.
Yeah. Where is it?
Okay, well, you still move away, but it can track your movements.
Well, I'm disengaging regardless.
Yep.
Dang it, Mushroom.
Just run your full movement out of the way.
Out of curiosity, how close did that lightning get?
I think I might have singed her hair. I think I was just above her.
She was
That
she
was
was right
the only
here.
place, right? Okay, yeah. I thought she was right here,
Nah, I was
but
right.
yeah, I
But I was,
just
I was
yeah.
gonna let you draw the line because since you didn't know where she was, I don't know,
There's a
depending where
chance
the
to hit
things
her,
went.
Yeah, I tried aiming high there, so yeah, I think it came
that's
close,
my
but
fault, isn't it?
Okay. Alright, so the spider is still slowed, but it still has enough movement to get to the sketty here, so it's gonna attack. Gonna try to slam it into the ground.
Now, actually, would it go after that or my echo? Given the echo really hit it hard.
well, considering it just came within 10 feet, you should get an attack.
Oh yeah, actually, that's a good point. Opportunity attack.
Okay, well anyway, it did grab the guy and throw him to the ground. He did go after the sketty instead of your echo, that's true. Probably because maybe because it hates it more, maybe because it's more of a threat, who knows, but that's what happened. Cyclone in that 14 just harmlessly slides along its carapace. Oh, and the sketty is going to be prone. Did I actually do the damage? Yes, I did. Alright, I'll assume I did.
Yeah, because he was at full before.
Alright, so the next sketty comes running up. He's going to come along the side here. Then he is going to dash. And then he's going to use nothing else because that's it. Okay, and this sketty here is going to come around as well. This sketty is going to move this way, and then he is going to use his evil eye. And the thing does make a saving throw, but I should have been doing half damage on success, so I mean, alright, so 14 damage. 14 seconds damage. Alright, Judge. The spider is being attacked. You can see the skitty kind of coming around and getting ready for a kind of a pincer attack. So what are you going to do?
Judge is going to run right around it. Okay, yeah, I have to be in line with the sketty because even though Cyclone is engaged, that's
but
not a
I think
flank.
that's in line with the sketty since it's too wide, so I think that works, yeah.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to call upon Certas. And this is going to be... My first attack is going to be... Come on, click it. There we go. Alright, my first attack is going to be a booming blade.
Okay. So that's a hit.
Certas damage.
So the sword damage is full. The booming blade will be half, which is what it should have been. So 6 damage from the booming blade.
Okay, and then my second attack with Certas is just a normal one.
You hit? Yeah.
Come on, do it. Oh, there we go.
Alright, another 10 points of damage. And you're really bleeding it out, but it still somehow it lives.
Alright, just bonus action attack. I guess I don't got nothing else.
Alright. Alright, you hit again.
Big hit.
Can you kill it?
Oh, really?
Can you?
Alright.
I don't know. You haven't rolled damage yet.
Oh, can I kill it?
Yeah, you do. You finish it off. So you stab the spider. The last spider falls. And we'll get to see next time what your interaction is with the Sketty that you just saved. We'll save that for next session. So go ahead and get back to landing.